Yo, yo, yo. Let's go, go, go. Here we are, my friends. Let's get after it. Let's go. Cheers, my friends. Let's go. Finally. Live stream reveal day. Finally. Oh, we made it. We made it. We're here.
Cup of coffee in the big time.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Crumbling away. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I like that. What do we think of this one here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so great. I like that a lot. Master. Master. Yes. Yes. Let's freaking go. Let's just brighten this up. Let's brighten this up a little bit. Yeah. Perfect. That's a lot better. All right, so I think Ziggy D posted something on Reddit. I wanted to take a closer look at. What's this? Was reading a wiki article on nearby and found this gem. Oh. Reliquarian's apostate is a bait. Oh, apostate's the life stacking. Yeah, yeah. Please, EGG, I always thought this would be a pretty cool gem. Energy Blade of the Mind. I have yet to do Energy Blade. I've got to do an Energy Blade build at some point here. Update Dancing Dervish. Console crossplay. Yeah, we need that. Yeah, we definitely need that, please. We should have the technology for that. That shouldn't be too big of a problem. I made a free Path of Exile build roulette because I couldn't find one I liked. Oh my gosh. Huh. No way. Huh. Over the past couple weeks, we vibe coded PoE roulette because I couldn't find a build. No kidding. We like starting a new character or re-rolling by letting RNG decide our build. You've actually been using this for a while. After you roll a build, the site can generate quick links to search the exact... Oh my. We've approved this for... Huh. Here it is here. Here it is here. 3.29 Q&A research. Hear about their plans for self-cast spells? Changes to channeling are really welcome, even non-channeling. True. Yeah. The tree had a few synthesis nodes that made the mobs and synth maps have a chance to drop synthesized items. Yeah, I remember that. A couple leagues later, they deleted the nodes on the atlas for being too annoying. To have to constantly spec into if you wanted to run that content. Yeah. Namely nodes to enable Uber bosses. Yeah. They also deleted the simp map mods. Chance to drop, yeah. Synthesized items, as far as I know, the only piece of league content completely undroppable in its respective league. Not counting uniques. Rare synth items can never drop in synth maps. You want rare synth items? Harvest, Bestiary, Heist, Ritual. Like, what the hell? Synth maps suck. Yeah, yeah, they could. Yeah, they need to buff. Yeah, this is valid. This is valid. 600 upvotes here. Yeah, this is 100% valid here. This is big. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this. So GG, synth maps dropping synth items and having an actual purpose on existing again when you move fossils back exclusively to Delve. It's time for, yeah, this guy's got it. This guy's got it right here. This is it. This guy has got it. Yep. Yep. This is right here. This is it. I'm 100% on board with this. Is the stream really not live yet? There we go. There it is. There we have it. Let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go, dude. Oh, frick. Log in, baby. We've known for a while that Path of Exile 4.0 turned out to be Path of Exile 2 after they said during some interviews in ExileCon they had to make the changes. Yep. Yep, that was something else that day. What would be a large enough change to move Path of Exile from? Yeah. They mentioned plans for eventually ending the Atlas storyline and moving on to an entire new endgame with brand new Ubers. So I think this is what would be considered big enough for a major version bump. Yeah. Same question as every league. Why aren't they buffing more underperforming skills? Another good question. I'd like to just see them increase the total damage of the least used skills by 10% every patch without noting it, and see how long it takes someone to notice. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. The PoE1 team have really invested into improving QOL and modernizing old systems in recent leagues. Bestiary remains a mess, and I'd imagine the stats of Atlas passive uptake reflect a lack of player engagement. Are there plans to address Bestiary in the future? I'd love to. I'd love it if you could elaborate on Bestiary issues and what sort of changes you'd like to see. Beast drop pre-itemized. Oh, menagerie stash. Oh man, yes, this is it right here. Yellow beasts now drop life force like currency. Red beasts also drop this. Yeah, yeah, yep. That would be good. So upon killing the beast in the map, it doesn't go to the menagerie. It just it just becomes an itemized beast. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we need to fix the beast management in the hideout. 100%. Holy shit. What do you see as the impacts of spiking chaos to divine ratio? It's pretty clear the jump from more typical 150ish to 300 plus in Mirage. What if we get a Fairgraves Pinnacle boss? What if we get some? Yeah, it's got to be like some ghost pirate boss. Oh man, look at this guy go. Oh my lord. Holy shit. Good old Zerker slams. We're here. We're here. We're 1 week away from another PoE League launch, man. Oh. So here's my bingo card. Might not be very exciting, but some of them are pretty predictable. Like the kinetic fusillade totems, like that's highly likely to be nerfed. Minion pact support, highly likely to be nerfed. I'm super curious when they're gonna bring back mercenaries, because they said they're gonna come back in a future patch. So it's been mercenaries was 3.26, I want to say. Mercenaries League was 3.26. So I think Betrayal could use some love. I think Betrayal's kind of not as good as it used to be. More transfigured gems, more skill gems in general. New divination cards. I didn't put that one on there, but yeah, new div cards. I'm probably expecting a few. Maybe a new pinnacle boss. Like, man, I just what the hell are they gonna have us doing? Like, they show us the boats and they show us that huge fish in the deep sea. What is? You got boats and you got fish. Like, we've got to be doing some sort of fishing. We've got to be. This has to be the league. They can't keep showing us boats. They can't keep showing us boats in these teasers and these videos, and just having us, like, stop the tease. What? Maybe this is finally the fishing league, man. I have to think so. I have to think this is it. There's a lot of the stuff from Mirage League that, because it's not going core, we don't know. Is the actual Mirage mechanic isn't going core? We know that, yes, but there's all that currency that came with the Mirage League. Is that going to stay within the game? Because that certainly would be fine to keep in the game. I wonder if we're going to get a continuation with the whole Zana's whole story and her journey, whatever she's up to. Um, EU server buffs, hopefully, for my EU friends. We need the buffs to the EU servers for sure. very much. New base types, hopefully. Would be cool. Like maybe like similar to like the heist stuff. Since we're getting the Abyss rework as well, I wonder if we're gonna get like some like new Abyss type currency. I don't know. They can't really do the whole like desecrated Abyss stuff from PoE 2 because that's kind of already in PoE 1 in the form of the veiled exalted and you know, the veiled mods. So that's not a thing. So I just wonder what does the Abyss rework even mean? Very keen for this, man. Holy. Hopefully melee buffs, man. Hopefully some sort of melee buffs to specifically to slams. Not that it really needs it, not for specific slams at least, but hopefully generic like just melee buffs, general melee buffs. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. New Allflames, the Allflame currency. These things here. I think that's a guarantee. Allflame embers. Yeah. Yep. I feel like we're getting more of these for sure. Curse of the Allflame is the name of the damn league. How many are there? There's not even... Okay. Drops from Katarina. Can drop from safe houses. So all these come from safe house betrayal content. So they could just in general add more, yeah, that's what I mean about like betrayal buffs. Add more Allflames and just generally make betrayal better. What's the big Giga Allflame? Is it Kulamek? Yeah, it's the Kulamek. Substitutes monster packs in areas. Pack monsters that die when rare spread. Monster spread modifiers to other rare monsters. And this is what the people farming the gold, doing those gold runs in toxic sewers. This is what they must be using, the ember of resplendence, right? That's got to be what they use. Oh no, it must be, it's this one here. It's the gilded. Equipment drops are converted to gold. Yeah. 40 minutes still, friends.
Cup of coffee in the big time. Cup of coffee in the big time, yeah.
Is there anything at all on Keepers of the Flame in here yet? Mirage ends in 4 days. You will be missed. You will be missed, my friend. Delete PoE 2 and improve PoE 1. My god, dude. Guys, D4 any good these days? Yeah, yikes. Let's freaking go, dudes! Let's freaking go. That'd be so sick to get mercenaries back, man. I don't know. I didn't have any problems with mercenaries other than the Doriani's prototype abuse. Other than that, it was pretty sweet, pretty awesome league. That end game we had. It was in such a good state with all the scarab possibilities and the viability. Oh man, come on, baby. Yo, I'm here for you, my man. Found you through the new co-streaming. Oh yeah? Hey, thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, yeah? Are you looking forward to this reveal? Have any predictions? Anything you're hoping to see? Appreciate you so much. That's so cool. Yeah, I guess this is brand new. This whole pretty cool. I just noticed that. You're a real one. You're a real one for that. Thank you, my friend. Can't wait to see. Super curious. Are we finally getting the fishing? Is like they can't show us a boat and a fish and then have us not be thinking you know? I'm in between if that's a Betrayal rework or Abyss. What do you mean you're in between? Oh, that's something. Those are things you'd like to. Wait, let me get some clarification there. If that's a Betrayal rework or Abyss, we're for sure getting the Abyss rework. It's got to be boat league. It's got to be, right. Like we're like. I just can't picture it. Like how are we gonna be on? I don't know. How are we gonna be using boats in Path of Exile? Not sure. But hey, they do such a good job with creating new league content, coming up with new ideas. So the Allflame is Betrayal drop. Yeah, yep. We get Kulamek finisher. Oh, I see what you seen. I see what you mean. Which is what Katarina worships. Oh, is that right? Oh, really? Oh yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah. It's all Betrayal's kind of connected with Abyss a bit. Kind of interesting that way. Yeah, I think they need to. I was just looking at the Allflames. They could make and add more Allflames to the game, and because it's Allflame, Curse of the Allflame, right? It just makes sense for them to add more, or to just add new types of like Allflame type currency. She always yells Kula. Oh yeah. Right. Kulamak. Yeah. That's true. And she slams the ground there. Yeah, true. So she worships him. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that 1,000 times, hundreds of times, but never really pay much mind to like the meaning behind it, or like what the specifics of it is. Yeah. And because we're getting a rework to Abyss, what is that gonna mean? Like, how is that going to affect other mechanics potentially? And they have the opportunity to add like another big pinnacle boss, maybe to the similar scale of like a Katarina, alongside Abyss and the Allflame League. So in general though, that's why I put Betrayal buffs. Like I think they could just give Betrayal some love. Ready to go. Wait, what are they entering? What are we entering here? What's everyone entering here? Is this just some like what the fuck? Even Fub guns. What the hell? What is this? Yeah, it's bait, right? Yeah. The heck? Okay. Betrayal needs it after the div card nerf, right? Yeah. It was insane. That was unfortunate. And I on that league, I don't know what league that was, but I didn't do much Betrayal that league. That was when you'd put Gravicious in transportation, right? And yeah, that was crazy. I remember seeing all the clips of everyone just printing with Gravicious in transportation. And then they changed it, and they mixed it all around in the Betrayal Syndicate board there, and it's still good. You still just farm Katarina and you get the veiled Exalted Orb, but it's definitely not as good as it was. I always like doing Betrayal at the start of the league. I like mixing Betrayal. And I'd love to hear what you guys like, what you have, if you guys have like a preferred like go-to strat right out the gate on a new league start in the first league. But I usually like, I don't know, I just enjoy like going Betrayal, combining that with destructive play with the Maven, right? And just doing all the Maven invitations. Yeah, and you get Betrayal in your map, then you just rush the boss. You usually go Ritual, eh? Is that right? It's very safe. Very safe. See, I wouldn't. That's where I was not thinking it would, because there's just a lot of chaos damage there, and early on. Interesting. Okay. You love chaos. You love stacking Eldritch altars. Okay, Arafu. Like rushing to the Exarch and or the Eater altars. The Exarch altars is the red altars, right? That's definitely better, 1000% better early on, just because it gives you more of those bubblegum currencies, chaos orbs. You get frequently getting a lot of chaos orbs there. But what do you like to pair that with? Like, is there any other content that you know? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah. That's valid. That's for sure. Yeah, that's maybe you pair that with like, I don't know. That's just the thing. There's a lot of options. You could certainly do ritual. Yeah. Well, we all know somewhat bossing is king. If you, yeah, true. Because yeah, you can obviously if that's your thing, you can do the TFT thing, right? And do that whole servicing for folks. Yeah, but you really do have to have a well-rounded character. You want to have that confidence to know, like, I don't, am I gonna, can I kill the, like, you want to have that confidence, knowing, yep, we one-shot the bosses here, and you can just like take people and get them their void stones and their yeah, that's valid for sure. Not gonna lie, part of me's been slightly considering bow league start. Haven't done bows in forever, guys. It's kind of calling me. But I am also just so comfortable with melee. That's just my go-to. You'll go back to my guilty pleasure Flicker Strike? Hey, hey, there we go. Nice. Yep, I'm also a Flicker Strike enjoyer here, yep. You have my support with that decision. That's love to see it. Yep. Man. Yeah, I've got a couple ideas for a league start at least. Not really haven't put much thought into like deep late end game. More so just trying to figure out what the early game league start plan was going to be for me. Last league was spin to win Shockwave. Were you doing okay? Yeah. Cyclone of Tulmut. The yeah. Were you doing the Slayer with the Void Shockwave? Was enough for 40/40 challenges? Tell me this, and it's Fumio. Were you doing any Uber bosses on that setup? So, okay, just to clarify, it was a Slayer, Cyclone with Void Shockwave. Were you also using, tell me this, General's Cry? Were you doing the General's Cry thing, or was it just pure like Cyclone with Shockwave? Arafu, the new mechs are getting introduced now, right? What do you mean by that? The new mechs, like the new mechanics? The new league mechanic? Yes, everything. Yeah, everything's getting revealed here in 23 minutes. Yep. We're gonna learn all the information. Yep. It's gonna be glorious, my friend. Can't freaking wait, man. Can't freaking wait. This is oh, dude. I get so hyped for these reveals, man. And I just love seeing the passion in the chat, in my chat, in this chat, you know. It's just yes, let's go. Log in. Oh man. So, okay, yeah, you said all by myself. No, I went out of it for Uber. You don't need it later on. Um, you went out of it. You're talking about General Scry. You said you didn't need General Scry for Uber bosses. General Scry is a band-aid until you have a good weapon. For sure. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. What did you I don't see you put an emote in the chat, but it's like, oh, it's like bugged. I don't see what it is. It's not showing the emote. That's interesting. Oh no, I see Airfu put an emo. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you had no issues doing. Yeah. Yeah, that's also sort of what I have in mind is doing like the Slayer General's Cry setup with like ground slam, or yeah, you have a lot of options. And then yeah, later just dropping the General's Cry. Yep, let's F5 it. Let's do it. No, I don't see it. Oh, no, there it is. Yep, there, now it's... Yep. Jonathaning. Oh boy, yeah. So, gosh, what the heck? What does it mean? What does it all mean? The boats and the big fish. What's the Abyss rework, dude? Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Pretty sad. Like, how are you guys feeling that the Mirage is not going core? That's kind of bizarre. Kind of bizarre considering how successful it was. New weapon type fishing rod. That's what I was thinking. My thinking, you guys, was maybe we get like a fishing rod similar to how we got the what are they called? The graphs. Remember the graphs we got for the Keepers of the Flame League 3.27, the breach stuff? And we got like that extra little slot. Maybe that's... I don't know. What do we got here? Oh, this is your character? Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Right here. Yep. Steelwood stance, serpent stance, leader of the pack, enigmatic. +1 power charge. Beautiful. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh, that's beautiful. Yep. Okay, we're using Raslothas for sure. Yep. Oh man, that's crazy. And you had no issues. I mean, yeah, this is crazy damage. So you had no issues. You could do all the Uber bosses. Proud of your boots. Nice amulet. Nice. Yep. Nice rings. Resistance modifiers. Prefix modifiers. Yep. Chance to impale. Blood Rage, mark on hit, Assassin's Mark, life tap, yep. We got Charisma anointed on here. Yep. Yeah, this I'm like I've been thinking about this as my league starter for a while now. So I although I'm not locked it in, like this very well could be what I could be what I league start. Yeah. I'm just it's just calling me, you know. I just. Do you have to use Purity of Elements? Is it just hard to fix your resist? It's just QOL. Yep. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just... Yeah, really nice, dude. Really nice. Thanks for sharing your character. How is... not gonna be able to see the... Not gonna be able to see the Lethal Pride in here. That's fine. No problem. Yeah, very familiar with this setup as already, so... Could very well be what I end up going, yeah. I'm big on slams, I'm big on melee. It's definitely my preferred playstyle for sure. Lazy to get freeze immunity, so I can get another Vuln Curse flask in. League start is super smooth. You have a lot of... Yeah, and you're a Slayer again. You said, yeah, Slayer, yeah. Oh, I love Slayer, man. Yeah, I absolutely. Huge fan of the Slayer Nation. Yep. It's the perfect ascendancy for Cyclone and just... Yeah. I'm just a huge fan. Just a huge fan of this. I haven't done Cyclone in a while. So be fun to get back and revisit that. Yeah. Nah, this is very likely what I end up league starting. Yep. I also, here's the thing too, right? I like to play a league start build that I can literally scale all the way. Like, that's how I enjoy playing the game. Is I want to take my league starter and go all the way to complete investment. That's what I wanted. That's what I love to do. That's what I always do. I don't like to re-level. Yeah, nah, me neither. I'm fine. Like, I will play other builds, and I do that, but I just, yeah, I get so much enjoyment out of, like, just progressing that character all the way, right? And I think you and I are on the same. Yeah. It's and just making it such a well-rounded character, a jack of all trades of sorts, right? And just, yep, you want to go do Ubers? Well, yeah, it's gonna take some investment. You're gonna have to get a credible weapon, and, you know, make adjustments and spend the currency. But yeah, you can get there, and that's how I like to approach the game for sure. Yeah. Man, 14 minutes. Come on, baby. Come on. So, yeah, for sure, that's high on my list for how I will league start. I have to hope, and let's hope for anyone else that maybe wants to run that way and start the league on that. We don't get any nerfs. There, I wonder if they could maybe end up nerfing Cyclone of Talmud. Or maybe Void Shockwave as well. You went Tumult really late. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine to not to use it early on. Definitely need those Stampede boots, though. For the, like that, the Talmud and Cyclone, right? They're just perfect pairing. Submarine League fishing confirmed. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, Stampede just solves that movement speed issue for sure. And then, yeah, that's what makes it tricky. Obviously, having to rely on those, that's what makes it tricky to cap the resists. And then, yeah, if you're using Rislothas, same goes for that, right? Yeah, depending on your belt slot, Had the amulet as well. Wait, what happened to your amulet? Did you brick your amulet? Did it? No. What happened there? The strangle grasp. You want it to brick? Hold on here. You want it to brick. What am I missing here? I mean, yeah, I guess it's just yeah. Cool. So that can kind of be a little bit of a, but not too much of an issue. Might be hard to get one. Might take some attempts for it to get it to brick. So okay. So yeah, yours is quite good. Yours is quite good. $50 div a try. Fuck no. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Buy early, then it's 11 or so. That was your last upgrade, really? When did you end up upgrading your weapon to what you got there? At what point? Like what was you, what I would be curious to know is what did your weapon look like for the majority of your progression before Uber bossing? Yeah, so I wonder what your weapon would look like before you upgraded to that. Just 800-ish. Yeah, okay, that's no big deal to acquire something like that. Yeah. That's you can easily get your hands on something like that from the Genesis tree alone. So I tell you a big secret to gain a cheap early weapon. Get the staff from Harbinger. Staff from Harbinger. The staff, the unique staff. Staff from Harbinger. Hold on, let's search it. Let's just search it right here. List of unique staves. Let's see if I can. Is it this one? I can't say I have seen this. I don't think I've ever seen this. Spore level 1 chance to bleed. Grants summon Harbinger of Brutality. Chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff. Great. Damage over time for bleeding from crits. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. And the summon Harbinger of Brutality. Let's read this here. This modifier grants summoner... every 20 seconds, the Harbinger of Brutality manual will apply a buff to the character called the... This buff lasts 8 seconds and grants the following bonuses. Holy shit. Increased damage, reduced damage taken, increased attack... Oh, dude. Dude. Hey, look. I'm gonna bookmark that. I'm gonna remember that. That's huge. That's huge. I don't know if I've ever seen that weapon. I've played this game for thousands of hours. I don't think I've ever came across that weapon. I have to say. Hey, I'll keep my eye out for that. You know what I'm gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna bookmark that bad boy on the Better Trading website. Do that right now. $7 minutes, my friends. Here we go. That's cool. That's cool. So that's like an early weapon. But even still, you could also find a nice weapon early on from the Genesis tree if you're doing Breach, which I very well may do Breach as well. As another like Atlas tree to spec into. Holy shit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks, Fumio. Thanks so much. That's so cool. It was a Harbinger map exclusive one. Oh, okay, from the Beachhead map. Hmm. Yes, yes. Well, I will leave your stream, you at stream start, because I'll be watching it with my boys. Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, hey, thanks, and great to meet you. Thanks for the chat. Enjoy the reveal. Can't wait for the league start. Enjoy the stream with the boys. Yep, take it easy, my friend. Thanks so much. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Melee buffs. Come on. Slayer buffs. Cyclone buffs. General's Cry buffs. Let's freaking go. Log in. Rip Mirage. 07 Mirage. Underwater Abyss. There it is. Oh, man. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, shit. Underwater Abyss. Holy crap. That sounds good. Sounds pretty good. Watching the reveal with the boys. That's what I'm talking about. Let's freaking go. Path of Exile. Here we go. Wait, what? Wait, so Mirage has ended now? Mirage is done. Mirage is over now. Yeah. When is the league start? Yes, it's next Friday, Arafu. Starting next Friday. On July 24th. Yo, Hypering, let's do it. Cheers, let's go. Here we go. 3 minutes. Here we go. Yes. 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 Just in time, yes. Here we go. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Oh, man. Ooh, baby. Yes, sir. Yeah. Big cast cheers. Yeah, hopefully taking it easy, getting inside, staying nice and cool. Taking a break from the hard labor. Uh-huh. Yep, I saw your picture there. Looks like you're making some good progress there. Almost done. So yep, the date again, you guys. League start next week on the 24th, 4 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be here and blasting all day for 3 days straight. Hell yeah. Yeah, just need a roof tomorrow. Oh shit. Hey, that must feel great, man. That must feel great. That it's nearing completion. And just in time, right? Getting it done just in time. You know, if you're gonna be playing the Path of Exile League, then you know that'll probably feel good to have that done. You know, big. Yeah. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Holy shit. I wanted to, yeah, you had it in your mind. You wanted to get that done before. You betcha. Oh man, the 45 streak. Holy, thanks so much, my friend. Haha. Oh, here it is. Oh man. All right. Will we have boats? Will we be fishing? And will we be sailing in the boats? Let's go. Okay. I'll go full screen here. Volume up. Let me know if I need to adjust the volume or anything.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile, and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame.
Massive
which
changes.
is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame.
Wait, he said July 25th. That's a Saturday. I think he misspoke there.
The Allflame calls us to the sea. To a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath.
Oh my god.
curse.
Submarines.
Down below.
Oh my god, it's a submarine. Oh my god. Underwater.
With my
Oh my
lanterns,
god.
we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Allflame before the brine rot.
Oh my god.
Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Allflame crafting. Abyss rework. Oh my gosh. New Abyss boss fight. Legion improved! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, mercenaries! Yes! Yes! Mercenaries are back! Let's freaking go! Oh my god! New pact skills! Oh my god, dude! Kadiro! What? New uniques! Yo, what the hell? Ascendancy class, the Luminary!
Come find your fortune.
Oh my god!
In the depths of the
Holy
sea.
shit! Oh my god! Poggers! Oh my god!
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss, and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast.
Mercenaries are
Then we'll
back!
explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Allflame.
Wait,
Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs.
hey Lonnie,
After
thanks
which
so
we'll have
much.
a live Q&A session where
Thank you
Ziggy
so
D
much.
will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area.
Oh wow. Oh dude, yes.
Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship, chief among them the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper
My God.
alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown.
Wow.
The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning.
Wow.
As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them.
Oh, beautiful.
If you prefer speed over fine control.
Oh, cool.
Explore and claim what you can
Delve.
while
Yeah.
you can.
Just like delve
Lost
underwater
fortunes
kind
of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves.
Dude,
You might even find the odd lost missive. waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right?
Holy shit.
Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite.
So you're not gonna,
On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough Deadman Sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas,
it's like
just talk to
underwater
Val,
heist.
place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion.
Oh my god. It's like underwater heist.
Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure.
Okay, cool.
This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps.
Oh, wow.
With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor.
Anchor field.
Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot. Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters.
Underwater abyss, there it is.
There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them.
Oh, wow.
These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface?
Holy crap.
Val has a solution for just that problem.
No way.
In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot.
No loot left behind,
Stuff these
boys.
full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound.
Are you kidding me, man? That's crazy.
Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables.
Oh my god.
Once you're
Holy
satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck.
Wow.
Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot.
Holy crap.
Now, back to all that Deadman Sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass, resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy.
Pretty crafty fellow,
That's
eh?
where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Deadman Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item.
That's crazy.
You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself.
Holy
The others
shit.
will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome.
Oh my lord.
This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like.
Ghost.
Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb?
Oh wow.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's oh,
Do
that
be
makes
wary,
things
though,
so easy.
as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see
Oh,
it
with
done.
fracturing orbs. Oh my god.
That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet
Oh.
undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats. These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another. And Brine Hook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclass.
Oh my
Who
lord.
knows what these aspects might do?
Oh my god, that's
These
crazy.
Ducats come from special
Pantheon.
types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclass. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters.
My god, the Loch
So
Ness.
that covers the new league.
Shit.
And for the first
shit.
time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea.
Let's freaking
Some
go.
might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close.
Oh my god.
Next up, we've got an old favorite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again
Let's
roaming
freaking
Rayclass,
go,
looking
dude.
for hapless fools to duel.
Oh my god.
Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan Code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
My god. Can't believe we got mercenaries back. Yes, I was right. I was right.
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclass, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you.
Wait. Are they not permanent?
While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date.
Yeah, it didn't sound like
A
it.
call to
Yeah.
action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
Yeah. Okay.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the
What?
second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class, the
Oh.
Luminary.
Oh my god.
The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming
Cool.
a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclass.
Wow.
Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries,
Okay.
2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped,
Oh.
opening up innumerate potential build possibilities.
Okay.
By default,
wow.
permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques.
Okay.
While the
Okay.
legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped.
Okay.
Luminaries
Yep.
have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary,
Yep.
or having their mercenary support them.
Yep. Very
The
cool.
Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items.
Holy crap.
And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel.
Oh, wow.
Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Wow.
Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence.
Yeah, that's better. Yep. That's better.
Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart.
Yep. Okay.
The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking.
Yeah, that's just the win.
However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts.
Yep. Cool.
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping.
Okay, yeah. There's
abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain.
Yeah, good.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Yeah.
This will also come with a complete refresh of abyssal scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
Oh, wow.
This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of timeless jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed.
Oh.
No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, the Stygial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, Enshrouding Crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside. Potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict.
No more 5-way XP runs.
At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform.
Oh, interesting.
And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity, but now the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in
interesting.
the form of a vestigial implicit modifier.
Wow.
As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another.
That's kind of crazy. That's
Here
kinda
are some
crazy.
more examples of vestigial unique items.
Wow. Aegis
Helmets,
Aurora. Holy shit.
boots,
Oh my gosh.
gloves, shields,
That's crazy.
and body armors. In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically.
Wow. Oh, that's
No
amazing.
more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner,
Oh,
preventing
that's
your encounter from
huge,
starting.
dude.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing
man.
the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters.
Alright.
Your reward progress in the
Alright.
domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance.
No way.
Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman.
Wow.
What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to
not
old
corrupted?
talismans.
Holy
Firstly,
shit.
talismans no longer drop corrupted,
Oh
making
my
them far
lord.
easier to craft once you find one.
Damn, that's crazy.
Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments,
Oh.
allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new
Oh
talismans.
my god.
Talisman
Wow,
unique items
dude.
have all been improved,
That's crazy.
and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
Holy crap. Interesting.
So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions. Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labelled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer.
Oh wow.
Like regular maps on the Atlas, you
man.
can select them at your map device. But unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Kadero Perandus.
Holy shit.
Kadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can
Oh.
reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold. but hopefully is much more valuable to you.
Oh, that's so
If
cool.
you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Kadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers.
Oh, that's so cool.
You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers.
Oh, wow.
Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting mists and the nameless seer no longer randomly spawn within maps,
Oh.
but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas.
Oh, interesting.
Scrying is no longer the domain of the nameless seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable scrying orb.
Oh.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over.
Holy crap.
This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism.
Oh.
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter,
Wow.
from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters,
Ooh.
specifically those that cast spells themselves.
Oh, there we go.
But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So,
Oh my God.
after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore.
Oh.
You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses.
That's incredible.
But you just can't
Wow.
move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't
my
match.
God.
And you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs.
That's so good.
It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links.
Oh my God.
So it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation.
Wow.
So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them.
What the
So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket,
Oh my God.
you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem. This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away.
This is
You
insane.
can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of
man.
damage.
Okay.
Pure lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells.
Okay.
We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting. So we've added a new notable to the Assassin,
Holy shit. Oh, wow.
the Occultist,
Garukan's resolve right there.
and the Inquisitor.
They gave the assassin
We are
Garukan's
also
resolve.
introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells, but at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame.
Holy shit. What
Today,
a huge...
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
This looks pretty good.
Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague rat pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the Putrefying Portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with travelling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon.
That's
Return
pretty cool.
to the Saints' End Monastery hideout
Oh, wow.
to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to
What?
dive into the purifying waters
Oh my
below
God.
before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the Plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, at 11 a.m. New Zealand time, 4 p.m. Pacific.
Wow.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Holy crap, man. What a wow. What a wow. Just so much. Mercenaries are back. Holy crap, dudes. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Like, wow. The Legion rework. Okay, yeah, and so mercenaries, that's kind of unfortunate, but understandable. We don't get permanent mercenaries. Yeah, how crazy is that socket stuff? That's just a huge win, isn't it? Like, wow. Gotta say, I didn't expect the socket colors in any ways. Yeah, that socket thing, that's unbelievable. That's amazing. And so if you, wow, holy, like, yeah, that's just unreal. So if you do happen to like if you're able to take advantage of like a red socket, you're gonna get a bonus for if you put a red socket in there. But you're never gonna have a problem with like socket colors again. It's not gonna be a problem anymore. But you're just gonna get more for matching the colors, the gem with the color. That's just genius. That's just genius. And how good is that for early game, right? Like getting through the campaign, you know? Oh, I got a new weapon, but oh shit. Oh, okay, I only have 3 chromatic orbs, right? Oh, I gotta match the colors. And oh well, oh no, I didn't get the right colors. Oh, so I'm stuck with the old body armor. And you know, yeah. Hey, Chrissy Rob, yo. We're just oh, wow, just kind of blown away here with this reveal. Just taking it all in, just. Oh, man. Underwater Abyss? Oh, holy. What? Wow. Jeez. Mercenaries are back, man. I had a feeling we're going to see them. And there they are. So we're not going to get them permanently again. And we're not going to, once we hire a mercenary, we're not going to be able to, like, add certain gear on it. It's kind of going to just be an Orobot, perhaps, at this point. All right.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew.
I'm pretty pumped, man.
Andrew, welcome. This is your first time.
Bestiary is fair. You lose an annoying for
yeah, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, adding
you
the
have been on some other podcasts and
what are
things
they called?
in the past
The
before, so
talismans? Yeah, that's incredible. Wow.
Podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of
Chrissy,
understand.
hey, I'm from Rayclast.
Lies maybe.
Yeah. So for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for like
born and raised in Rayclast. How about you?
Where quite a few years now. And typically, I'll dip my hands into everything, and
we're just going to watch the Q&A here and see what.
However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So
it's a lot.
That's a later nuke. So
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques, some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch, because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills, and probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big league, man. There's a lot
I was
here.
originally planning on starting was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, while we collect chat's questions and then
cool
dive
stuff,
into some of the other
Wow.
things: Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balanced crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today, but obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about.
Yeah,
from
that's
what I've
pretty
seen.
major. Like
Yeah. It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is like, I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious, like how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
Okay.
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
Nice.
we're all sitting there designing, like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan
you're from
ahead.
Spain.
We
No
don't.
kidding. Wow.
Launch
Very
day
cool.
is when we design the
Great
next
to
set
meet
of
you.
content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this in Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skilled gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way, when first playing PoE 1, or fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was, I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That is like, that's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is,
That's
it's a personal
PoE
one,
1's
sure,
identity.
but I
Like,
think
they
a lot of
can't-
people
they
share
can't really make-
of not wanting to lose that entirely, but
Yeah.
also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily. I talk about the gear upgrades.
I mostly play Path of Exile, Chrissy.
You can just,
Which is
once you know what
which is
you're doing, you know what you're
watching
doing.
here, the Q&A for the next
Yeah, we're
league.
finding a lot of players early game who are struggling,
that's
who are
my
trying to
main
get those
game,
gear
yep.
upgrades, just can't, and often
What
it's
about
because
you?
of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those. And
That's sweet.
And now allows
That's
a lot
really
of people to
cool.
get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without
now you
going,
can kinda
I don't know what to do.
make an effort to
my
try and
gear's
get
been the same since
the
level
right
3,
colors. Now it's
'cause
you're
I
going to be
can't replace
rewarded
this
for
or,
actually
one
getting
piece of
like
gear
the
or
right
another piece of
colors
gear.
combination,
And,
because that's
they
going to give
don't
you
wanna
more
break their links or
quality
their
on
skills
those
or their
gems,
support.
right?
So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, let's we need to get people in the door.
cool.
We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have like when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated, and this was part of that. So, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going. Let's remove these barriers of entry. In the future we want to make more.
Path
but,
of Exile.
honestly, I think
Prissy. It's called. It's called Path
generally
of Exile.
speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that. Whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
We're like, what? Do we need to, hold on, do we need to call a council of the founders here? Like, what are we supposed to do here? Like,
Well,
I
kind of heard that basically did happen.
Yeah.
Like, you guys called around to some of the other people.
Yes, we did. Yes. Yeah. So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around.
It's called
like,
Path of
ultimately,
Exile,
that's the
Chrissy.
thing. You talk about this
Path
for a lot
of
for new
Exile
players, but I
is
see
the
this as
game.
like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where
True.
you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each league.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a
Yo,
greater variety
Smokey,
of gear.
dude.
I'm upgrading my gear more often.
You
It feels good.
caught
And
oh man,
the quality one
Holy
surprised me a
crap.
bit, because that is actually like
Got
pretty.
some- we
You
got
don't
some- we
usually
got
interact
ourselves
with
some
quality
content
at
here,
all
man.
in
It's
the campaign.
crazy.
You're not going to get any GCPs until
Holy.
end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and
what are we
you know,
thinking,
I
man?
was like,
What
oh, this really
everybody-
benefits from that. I'm
what-
getting
what-
an extra
what
spark
are we
in my
thinking?
spark while I'm
How do
leveling,
we,
and, that's
how we
that felt
feeling?
like
How
actually
we
a pretty
feeling?
fun thing to
Yeah,
engage
good to
with,
see
and
you,
getting
Smokey. Hope you're well, man.
socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
It worked out really nicely as an
Cheers
axis
to you.
for still rewarding getting
Pretty
some
insane.
of the correct
Pretty
correct
insane
colors.
update. There's so much here.
because
There's
quality innately
another
is
another
much more
pretty
powerful in
major.
your
I'm
active
pretty
skill than
happy,
it is
man.
your support gem.
The
Yeah.
Allflame, yep.
It's kind of
Pretty
okay if
crazy.
you only have a few
Yep,
of
hypering
the
is hype,
colors,
yep,
because
no
you put
surprise,
your strongest
yep,
skill
dude,
in
that's
the,
right.
you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct.
This here, they're
but,
still
you know,
talking
getting the
about
other
it,
colors
the
correct is like
socket
5%
color
increased
change,
damage.
you
Whereas
guys,
getting
like
the one
that's-
color you really
that's
need correct,
insane.
which
That's
is
gonna be so
quite
helpful,
easy to
man.
do, is
That's going to help
potentially an extra
everybody getting
projectile or
through the
10% more damage or
campaign,
something
right?
like
Just
that.
just
Yeah,
not
every time
having
I
to
chrome
worry
dropped, I
about
was
like
you know,
changing your
like, looking
sockets,
for
not
a
having
good
to
base
use
drop down
chromatic
so I
orbs,
could,
of
you know,
course.
chuck my spark gem
Wow.
and something else in there.
It has the added bonus.
Oh,
of
you
there's
play
another
Warhammer
currency
40K
that's
and
like,
Halo. Oh,
you know,
cool.
it's not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
I
divine
like
or
some
level
Warhammer,
thing
yeah.
when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You know, you're excited to see.
Yeah,
a
you're gonna
chromatic now
get
and
a
then.
Yeah, it was kind of
get a
funny
2
that
hour
like, chromatic
campaign
went
run.
from being like less valuable than
we're all
you know,
gonna
jewels
fly through
and
the campaign now,
fusings to
surely,
being
right?
the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't say exactly how rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get
was
7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
I was
wow.
wondering if there
Oh,
was some
that's
sort of
interesting.
recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our
orb
list,
one.
our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always
see.
it has an order of precedence. So we moved the chromatic above the
Because it's
jewelers.
more valuable
Yes,
now. I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, smart. Man.
Did you
Smart
guys have to mess
dudes.
with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is
Can't
just
wait,
going to
man.
be
Can't
somewhat
wait till
wildly
next
available
week,
now?
dudes.
Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but
Yeah.
I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interacted with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction.
Patch
Instead of
notes,
grinding
Smokey, should be
30%
right after
quality
this
to green
Q&A.
socket gems,
That's
it's
when they
now
usually do it.
20%.
Okay.
But
So I can't
if
wait
you put a
to-
green
can't
socket
wait to
gem in,
check those
it's
out.
30%, which is what it had
So
before.
they flipped the
so.
two currencies. Yeah,
and that's
chromatics
my
are going to be
follow-up
worth.
question is there's
or
uniques
just,
that
yeah,
interact
like you
with
said,
socket
just
colors.
much more
These
rare
sorts of
now
things
because we're
been
not going to
updated?
need them.
In particular, I was like,
But it's
wondering,
you're still
does it
going to
do
want
anything with
them, right?
tabula
Because
rasa, or
if you
just kinda
can
leave it
get
at
more of the
Ninja?
colors, that's going to
didn't
like we
need to
talked
change.
about. So
Yeah, I mean,
they
I'm
still
kinda
want to
excited.
use them at some
Still a
point,
six
but
link,
yeah,
still
yeah.
six link.
Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, what Skin of the
Freaking
Loyal and
major
Lords,
thumbs
they
up.
just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right colours, but
Why aren't we?
Yeah, but it's much easier
why
to
aren't
actually
we
use them
gonna
now.
need them?
did you do? Pariah.
Yeah, so
Because there's no
auto-fit
restrictions
all of them.
now.
Some of
You can
them
put
we
a
were like,
blue gem
this is
into
not
a
good
red
unique, we
socket.
should buff
You
it.
can put
So
a
Pariah, for
red gem
example, is
into
one
a
that
green
is now
socket.
much
But if
stronger
you
than it
put
used to be.
Smokey, if you put a red gem into a red socket,
Yeah,
you're
there's
going to
subtle
get
changes, but in
bonuses
general,
to that
like, the
specific
design of the
red
uniques
gem you
didn't
put
really
into the
interchangeable,
socket.
like triad grip and the
So they just made the that whole system
realized
less
this makes,
restricting,
like,
easier.
A favorite thing for me is like early
Especially
league
for,
buying
like,
a corrupted
leveling
six link and
purposes,
finding
but
the right
yeah,
colors.
end
for that
game
was
wise, yeah,
sometimes tricky,
really,
but now,
really
like,
good
you can use
change.
any right because you can
Really
put
cool.
a blue gem in a green socket. You just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool, interesting. So that inadvertently kind of makes six links much more available early league. It seems it's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Bulbs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So
Yeah.
it still
Yeah.
rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket.
Yeah, so I was
but that colored socket will just be a random red, green or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe.
Really,
Interesting.
really good.
I
That's
imagine the
just so
crafting bench
helpful.
probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket,
Yeah.
but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets. But for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact
And now
numbers.
that they're going to be much more valuable as well.
The
that's-
prices on
that
those
makes sense.
recipes
It
in the
almost
bench are
kind of
going
solves
to
itself
change,
there.
suggesting.
Oh,
yeah.
super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. But, my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far. If anything, like, I guess if there's any negative I could probably nitpick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think they
A
get
little
enough of
bit.
their identity
I
from
understand
their
that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know,
Yeah.
and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, or I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some
Yeah.
combination of colors. So yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its
Yeah.
identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on socket colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Allflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first, I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit. Because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this like Subnautican League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in, similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but
Yeah.
like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are, and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league, because you can, you know, go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast, or they're near the shore, or they're on an island, and therefore, you know, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean themed league. And from there, everything just kind of
The Parandus, they added Parandus back.
Yeah, a lot
as
of
like
that also
anomaly. That's pretty
inspiring.
sweet.
It, like
I
the
love
same
that.
mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the
Scrying
win
the
there is
maps
talking about
is
ocean
different.
biome
Now there's
assets,
just a scrying orb.
creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? You know, so and PoE 2. So all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and use so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art
Looking
sets
forward to
of
this
modern
patch.
art.
I'll jump on
because
the
when you
couch and
mix
watch some
old
movies.
things
For
that
sure, dude.
aren't,
Have a great one, my
what
friend.
we
Enjoy.
call PBR
All the
and
best.
non-PBR.
Looking forward
when you have
to
the
it. Can't
old
wait.
PoE 1 assets intermixed with the new modern
GG's.
assets, they
Thanks for
stick out
hanging.
like a absolute sore
It's been
thumb.
good.
Yeah.
It's been real good.
So yeah,
Lots to
going
look
in,
forward to.
obviously it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we're also like, oh, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE 2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
Yeah, because you're fully on PoE 1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well,
Huge
what
cheers,
boss,
man.
what
Huge
monsters?
cheers
And
to
I'm
you
like,
and
oh,
Nick.
well,
Thank you
let
so
me
much.
give you that. And I was just like, massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, go to... Any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff. And so,
Sea otters.
yeah.
I love
the
otters.
otters.
So very,
yeah.
The otters
so,
definitely caught me by surprise.
we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
yep. Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you
Little-
can get one as a pet from
nice.
the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also, like, if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this, I think. Like, I don't think we haven't had this, like, exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because, like, you go into a boat, but...
We're not driving the boats.
What
We're not
makes a
sailing the
boat league?
boats.
Do you have to be? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's
You gonna play PoE 2 after?
At ocean? Do you have to be
fighting them?
I think some people draw the line
after
at
this,
sailing. I think it has to be moving.
I'm
I think you have to-
probably
I think
looking to
they would-
move
they would
on
say-
towards
Hold on,
Hold on,
start
we'll
practicing
get to that in a
for
second.
PoE 2 or sorry for
I
PoE
think
1.
that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce
So-
seasickness.
I'm working on a video. I have another. I'm working on a breach
You've not done
video.
that this week.
Let me just turn this down. I am working on a breach video for Path of Exile 2, and so I've got to get that wrapped up. So I'm not completely done with PoE 2, but I am pretty well transitioning on my way to transition to PoE 1 here, and so I'm gonna finish up that video there for PoE 2, and I'm gonna start working on PoE 1 stuff and start practicing so these next couple streams, probably PoE 1 streams with some leveling preparation, campaign runs, that sort of thing. Yeah, just yep.
On the ocean floor killing fish. Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on
What
the
about
toes of
you?
the existing
You
fishing mechanics, obviously, as well?
what are you planning?
You would have had to have considered that. Did you confer with the fishing team when you were?
You still doing some
think
PoE
that
too,
going
or
down
you
and
pretty
killing
well
fish is
well
not
moving
fishing.
on at this point? What do you
I
think?
think
Yeah.
that's-
But what if you're holding a spit though?
You still
How about
yeah,
we
you got
ask
some
this at
got some
another?
builds in mind still for
Perfect.
PoE too?
Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to
Arc
make sure we
totems. Oh yeah,
succeeded in our-
Dude,
in
it,
our
look,
goals here.
it looks
This
very
is like
strong.
grand plot of stringing along the PoE community. For
You already had
as
that.
long
You
as
already
possible
kind
for
of
boat
got
leagues
that
like
going, I
that.
think, right? I want to
When
say.
I pitched
You,
the Reed thing, Mark was very cautious.
yeah, you had a couple
Like,
things
we're
going.
giving
You were
too
doing like
much,
some.
you gotta keep them coming back for the next.
I think you had like a
potential boat league.
sorceress. You had a
I see what's going
gemling.
on here.
Maybe you're gonna do the
So
gemling
there's this
totems.
tick
Yeah.
box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know.
Okay.
No.
Right? Yeah.
Alright,
I thought so.
anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is the complete opposite. This is a mostly
Yeah, I hate
out-and-out
to.
mechanic, and
It
it's
doesn't
not
feel
required
good, you
for to
know. Like
understand
I
how
know
it
you and
intersects
you know
with other
maybe there's some
mechanics.
other
Is it,
folks
I
that
imagine there's like a
that are still playing
a good
PoE too,
reason
and
to
I
kind
hate
of,
to
like,
leave you
alternate
guys
between the two almost as
right.
well.
Yeah, so one of the benefits
Leave
of
you-
Curse of the
leave you
Allflame is
behind
that
and-
it's
and,
a
you
very
know, going over to
straightforward theme to
PoE 1, it
understand. It's something
doesn't
that,
feel
you know,
good,
you
but
don't
it's
really
just-
need to have a lot of
That's,
grounding in
that's just
the-
what it
all
is
of
for
the
me.
minutiae of
Unfortunately,
Path of Exile
back
to
and
be able to
forth kind
understand,
of
"Ooh,
deal.
go to
I
ocean
do
floor
both games
and
and
find treasure in a
Yeah.
submersible. That's just a cool concept.
Try to make content for both,
whether
and-
you
and
are
that's it.
a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, I can't say any specifics, but we already
I'm
do
pretty
have
sure I
a
think I
very
know
rough
what I'm
plan
going to play
for
in the
what
next
3.30
PoE
will
2
be,
league
and
already, though.
it's going to go in a completely different
Kind
direction
of-
as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, I've already figured that out.
I
Whenever that's going to
just
be.
have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
Good.
Very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of map leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, it allows you to create a more immersive world. Submersive world.
I see what you did.
Immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous out of league mechanics, where obviously the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can lead to in Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's at least in what's the word I'm looking for here, in analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages. And it's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Analog.
Yes. Yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions is because you have so many axes to juice things in maps, how do you make sure that something like this has a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically.
This is
right?
going to
Like,
be great.
This is something.
I
that
think
is
we're gonna
for the
do.
players
I
that are
think we're
gonna
gonna
love
do
it.
some
It's kind of the way
Slayer
that I view it. It's like some people are
Cyclone
going to be like, "Oh, this is my life now." Like the people
gameplay.
who just delve every league.
I really think so.
So I imagine then.
I think that's what I might
How
be
does
doing,
that kind
boys.
of like shape the design of this? Like, are you able, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that.
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward.
If Cyclone isn't touched, that's what I'm starting. Is that right? Yeah.
We imagine a lot of people would
Fucking
enjoy
right,
it.
dude. Yeah,
And
I
yes,
think
we definitely
I'm
understand it's going to be more divisive.
Slayer,
and that's why
Cyclone,
we
General's
make
Cry,
sure we
Earth
alternate
Shatter.
these types of
Oh,
leagues,
dude, let's
or at least
freaking
we
go. Well,
thoroughly
not
try
Earth
to.
Shatter. I meant ground
Yes, yeah,
slam of Earth
330
shaking.
will be an area
I really
mechanic,
think
and
that's where I've been at.
One of the
that's
other
where my
things that
mind's
I'm
been at.
definitely making sure is the case in 330.
But
is
let's
there will
hold
not
off,
be a loading
right? Let's
screen
wait
to
and
do
see the
league
patch
mechanic.
notes.
I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area
Spin to
for
win,
Allflame,
Cyclone,
you need a
just-
loading screen because obviously
General's
it's out of
Cry
map, and
is
then
just
Mirage
so
needed
good.
one
In this
too, which
build,
is
it can
unfortunate.
scale all the way
be
up to
clear,
the
charts are
very
fully
top of the
tradable.
game.
Yep.
You don't
I
have
think
to
that's
run
what
them,
I'm.
you just stockpile
But
them.
wait, yeah.
Right, and then go.
I don't want to
like,
jump
you
the
can do
gun,
days
but
of
yeah,
mapping and then
I
go
love
do
that.
days of
I love me
charting.
some Slayer slams, baby.
The crafting system's kind of
Let's
crazy,
freaking go.
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah,
You know,
too
like
much, but we won't be nerfing
you
it.
know, a way that it can be thought about is you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes.
Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is. You know,
This is
so there is a
glorious.
very,
This
very
is
strong
just
motivation
glorious.
to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time.
Yeah.
Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like,
Yep.
that's fully at your leisure. You can. That's generally how people play.
Look at this
It's generally how I
screenshot
play
here.
it.
Just
Oh,
eyes on the
we're
screen
seeing
here. Look
same
at
thing.
this.
It's like,
This is from the new Atlas.
you have those people who
This is
might want to
the
chart
this
as
is
they
the
find
the
them.
Barya
You might
boss,
have people who are
which
like, okay, get to end of Act
is how
1,
we
do
got
a bunch,
access
you
to
know,
the
still got
screen for the
campaign.
desiccated.
And having
So
the freedom
it's
to be
still
able to do
here
all
on the
that is-
Atlas, so maybe we can
is
still
pretty
get our hands
critical
on
for
that
the
belt.
out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow
might
about how you
be-
engage with this. And for the map blasters then who maybe like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like I think that's easy to miss.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts.
Yeah.
And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the cursed treasure chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit
That's
when
fun.
you complete it.
That's a fun one. I
For
like
the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a brine rot pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the crab nest, and when you defeat the crab nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs,
You spawn crabs.
which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
this is sweet, man.
Crabs.
Crabs,
Yeah,
lots
right.
of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
I was just thinking, I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah,
That's my-
for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff
Sure.
because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yeah.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, the nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The lanterns don't point at those.
Okay. You're not getting fully baited.
I thought
by
that's
those.
what you're getting. I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it. As long as you follow it, as opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe 2, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really fast.
They're quite quick.
Yeah.
And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it
that was done months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And like, let's get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
Yeah, you can't do an extent, can you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like you know when they are going to begin to collapse, because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve.
Yeah.
Like
So
that's
you have
distinction.
You have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush, clear, speedy mechanic. Ultimately, like you can do it fast. You can go fast, but it's not like
like I said, people on Alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute.
Can you grab a drink? I'll be right back a sec.
Pretty forgiving.
Yeah,
which it kind of has to be, right? Like if it is, if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong, because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time.
No.
And
drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the Allflame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters.
Yeah.
And not to drowning. And that is generally the case whenever, I've died when playtesting, and also when I've seen, players playing on Alpha and stuff. Drowning is really, it really only ever happens if you are being like playing real dangerous and like, you know, trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place the lantern to get the chest in order so you don't have to be trying to do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
You'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I guess you'll lose one character and then...
I only drowned once, and I was like, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small.
Yes.
Like by the time you've placed you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just...
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the Voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah. Awesome. So this Allflame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinakora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going
crafting
to...
systems, that's just crazy,
similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. It is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not, we had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that. And I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the Allflame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms Allflame and Ghostflame kind of interchangeably in development. And ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just you go down into a vortex
you're in too deep,
and you're like, loss aversion kicks in, and like to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this, so it's like
nice.
When you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling
Octavian
our
W,
lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that your work, we're actually going to be changing.
Give the man his
a good amount
props.
of the infrastructure was able to be kept because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in items,
just for anyone that may not be familiar,
also put in a currency with the item
with the guy on the far right,
or use on it.
That's Octavian. He used to be a streamer. He used to be a Path of Exile streamer, playing the game every single day for 8 hours, 10 hours a day. And
3 or 4 different potentials.
He was offered a job, or maybe he applied for a job at GGG, and so now he works at GGG. And He's
The
he's great.
intangibility
He's
system
just
is
great
kind of
at-
the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another Allflame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you Allflame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to Allflame craft on that item. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found that, things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that.
Oh wow!
And then, Awakener's orbs do a similar thing where it's, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with Allflame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yep. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Val Orb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't have the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into like
This
for
is
normal
pretty
mod, like Exalting, for example.
I didn't
sure,
expect
there's
so
gonna be
much
some good
so much
outcomes,
content.
but for the fact that
I have to say.
you can take that whole risk out of the Val Orb, or like most of it. It's honestly just a bit demeaning.
So this is
like
great. This is great stuff.
Say you would never use a Val Orb.
Oh, for sure.
Aside from this way.
Yes.
With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad. Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what happens.
You cross the beams.
The Val Orb just says it modifies unpredictably, so... you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
so in theory, with an Exalt, you could Exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is how it is meant to work. It is doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original item X number of times.
It doesn't mod block itself, effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items like
well, that's mostly the ducats, which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's like
with this.
Yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. Strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with Allflame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. Yeah. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Val Orb and that it wouldn't work, but...
anything, that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with Allflame crafting because it simply can't.
Because it would...
There's nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items things.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a Mirror of Kalandra in and then you only get 1 item back. So
Okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works
Why? Why?
if you want.
If you want, I guess. So I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
Why not?
Send some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're
Yep.
rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, nah, this one looks better than those ones.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna take number 3. Maybe. Can have any one of those you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap.
That's
It's just
super
like
handy too.
fantastic addition for like
Thank God for
gear
that.
puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
Isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
yeah, there
So
is.
that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more
Yeah.
changing the identity of a build than it is just
Yeah.
solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem solving sort of thing for sure.
No, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it
Yeah.
allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have expected
moment?
it to obey the rules still, where it like
Oh, no.
can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the
Like-
Allflame.
It's like older
Yeah,
combinators.
the Allflame doesn't care about
No
the rules.
Aside from
Except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going.
Here we go,
core in
guys. Here we go.
3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything
Here we
about
go.
that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you seemed pretty
Yes.
keen when I was talking to you about
We
it.
almost always let a league simmer.
See, this is what I thought.
There's a few
this
reasons
is what I
for
thought.
that.
They probably just want to just.
We like to have our.
Exactly.
This is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And so if we've,
Yep.
let's say, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
So, yeah.
So that's like the production. So that would generally, that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong.
Yep.
But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know,
Oh, well,
similar, like
yeah.
Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want
agree.
Mirage in the game,
Nice.
but I want to do it in a way. I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should
So
the
I think that
active
answers
league
it. This, that, yeah,
get
Mirage, obviously
Mo-
Mirage is going to come back.
manipulated by Mirage.
and
All
the
that make
screams of
Mirage feel
desiccated
100%
belt.
mandatory.
I think it's
Yeah.
still
The
in the
active
game.
leagues in every area, and it so you're kind of like, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives
Yo,
for the
fork,
active league
dude.
on the tree, and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like,
Yeah.
Taking all of this
go
in,
ahead,
this
why
is
not? Probably not,
this reveals me
unless you can do
crazy,
it in a way
man.
that's flavorful and not necessarily
Lots of
rewarding.
incredible stuff. stuff. Hey, thanks so much
it
for
will
2
come.
months.
There's some decisions we need to make and
Thanks for the
time to do
resub,
it,
man.
of course.
Appreciate
Always
you. How
the
you been? How's it going?
Time.
There is
Have
another
you seen?
question
Have
of
you
if
have you,
Mirage
have,
is
you- have
even
you had a
like an
chance to catch all
investable
this
mechanic on
new
your Atlas
content?
tree. Like we
Yeah.
could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps, and then
It,
Just
it
so
almost sounds
much
like
here,
that might
man.
be a better
Wow.
idea for this one because like it's really good news that it's going core.
pretty
People
big
seem to
patch
really
once
like Mirage
again,
quite a lot.
so-
But it is one of those things that
Pretty thrilled.
It seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities
Cheers
feel
to
like
you,
they're
my friend.
mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're gonna do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like you're crazy
Okay,
to
you
not
haven't
do
seen
that, and then it
anything?
becomes
Alright, no
another
problem.
tier 17 kind of issue where it's
Well,
like you need
just
to
to
do your juiced
summarize
in
it-
that, or you're just wasting it.
I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem. because
It's awesome, dude. Just to, here, just to show you. Here's the breakdown.
Fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah, and it's
So we're going under the sea. We're going underground. We're gonna descend to the depths with and we're gonna be just like exploring the ocean floor. And it's kind of like heist in a way, and delve as well. And you're using these Allflames to like, as you can see, explore and expand the rest of the ocean floor. And there's all sorts of cool like shipwrecks and treasure and
just earlier
so
this
and
week,
it's just wow, like I'm just blown
support
away.
test for the,
And then you can do like these voyages under the sea. You only see in the trailer stuff. Okay.
I think Andrew has some stuff as well.
So I don't have a full understanding of this, but yeah, you can get like these items that allow you to like do a full like voyage underground or something, like a huge exploration of the ocean floor. There's new crafting, which looks absolutely insane, giving you like additional options. It'll like consume the currency. You use this like Allflame, some sort of currency, and instead of like just making one item, it's gonna give you like 3 or 4 items. And you'll get to pick the best one of the 3 or 4. Yeah, it looks pretty insane, dude. That's just huge for crafting. I guess there might be a new boss here, is what this is. The mercenaries. Are you familiar with the mercenaries? I wonder. Not everyone maybe didn't play the Mercenaries League. I certainly did, and it was epic. It was awesome. And so the mercenaries are back, although it's a bit different. Let me know if anyone not familiar with mercenaries. We can do a full breakdown of that. But essentially, they're just like they're an ally of yours that provide you with certain. They're all unique in their own way. They have different abilities. Some of them give you additional auras.
That is goal 1.
This is a new.
Goal 2 is every single league you can invest into.
This is a new ascendancy that they added. Abyss is getting reworked, very similar to Abyss from PoE 2, and it's just much better. If you're familiar with Abyss originally in PoE 1, hey, thanks for the check-in, Bay. Previously in PoE 1 with Abyss, you'd open the crack and then it would just go all over the place, and sometimes you'd have to backtrack all the way back to the start of the map. Now there's not going to be any backtracking, and it seems like there's also another boss as well. So just much improved. Legion as well has been reworked and improved. There's these new Atlas anomalies. So like previously you would get, if you're familiar with the Nameless Seer, you'd get the Nameless Seer in the map. He'd let you scry a map. That's being changed, and instead you're going to get like these anomalies that are going to appear on your Atlas, and you're going to go and get to interact with Kadiro here. He's going to offer you an item. And you can see there, you can recycle the items. So just those are some examples of some of the anomalies. Similarly with the Nameless Seer, you'll sometimes also get the reflecting mists as well. Those will also be an anomaly, and instead they won't be in your maps anymore. The biggest one here is the sockets, the socket color rework. This is absolutely crazy, man. So now you're not gonna have any problems with. You're not gonna have to change your sockets. Oh, I got a better upgrade. I got a better body armor or boots or whatever. But I need to use the chromatics. I need to get the same colors, and it's hard to get my green, blue, or my red, green. So now you can just put a green gem into a blue socket. But if you happen to have a green socket and you put a green gem into the green socket, right? no more restrictions. So you can put a blue gem into a red socket. But right, get this. This is what's really cool. So that's fine, yeah. You're not going to have restrictions, but if you can manage, right? Like, let's say your 6 link for your skill is 6 blue and 1 red, right? For whatever the support gems are. So if you can manage to get some amount of blue sockets, if you put a blue gem into a blue socket, you're going to get additional bonuses for it matching that color. Those two colors being matched, but you don't. Yeah, like. That's insane, dude. That's huge. They buffed spellcasters that cast spells themselves, like self-casters, right? And that's the gist. That's the gist, pretty much. But there's more. There's a lot more to dive into still. And again, patch notes coming after this Q&A. So in case you're wondering, like, what I don't want to watch this Q&A. We're waiting for them to be done. I do enjoy watching the Q&As, I will mention. You can learn a little bit more about their insights and stuff. So yeah, the patch notes are coming afterwards, and we're going to dive in and see what's changed, and start thinking about what we're going to play in the league start. So yeah, I think I already have an idea what I'm going to play, but and I can't wait to hear what all you guys have in mind, or what you're thinking, and what you end up playing on the league start. Can't wait, dude.
Uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new.
Yeah, the Abyss rework. They're talking about the Abyss rework right now.
Mysterious one.
Feel free if you're something I didn't cover, or you're curious about something that I just talked about, and you want some additional clarification, feel free, by all means, ask away. I'm gonna be RF like always. Yeah, you're an RF enjoyer. That's fair. That's fair. You're gonna be rocking. You're gonna be rocking the early game.
People are worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of the potential downside of what is
that
like,
socket change is insane, dude.
Going to be the case.
That's cool. That's cool stuff.
Too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent
so
too much time.
You're still going to want to get, like, you're going to still want to try to get the colors that match the gems you're using, if that makes sense. Because you're going to get bonuses for matching the socket, the gem color with the socket color. But you don't have to worry about it. It's all gonna.
Bang this out in 2-3 weeks. It was
not 2-3 weeks. Dude.
You came to me. You came to me one day and you're like, "I've made a mistake."
And this Allflame crafting, man, that looks really strong.
Stop, move on. Right?
Really powerful stuff.
But they do have new skills.
And again, hey man, thanks so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you.
Vulnerable snake woman. Which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job.
That's
and.
These guys are just the best.
Now you get to learn what the new skills are that the abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE 1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE 2, but keeping PoE 1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus. That, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE 2, which is a thing we should definitely do. If we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE 1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things. Oh, yeah. That's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, we still got to keep PoE 1. We got to still make PoE 1 feel and look like PoE 1, right?
We don't want in this because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Bruce territory?
Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions. Okay. So, for example, the Marraketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
It's only armors. You can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like
You can't create boss uniques.
No,
No.
you can't create boss
No,
uniques.
yeah, that
You
would
can go
be.
from
consume
boss
boss
unique.
Yeah, you
You
wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with like Val orbing.
Yeah.
This is an alternative to Val orbing.
Yeah.
Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say, well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a bit in crafting
So-
for sure.
It's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1. But for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't
Right.
we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning
I
coils.
think
Still
it's
a lot,
like
though.
yeah, it's
Yes.
like 250, I think.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. That's
good.
kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build
Yeah.
decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique,
Yeah,
not just like some
it's
random.
Usually
thing that's
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that it will port over.
So you'll kind of know.
Yeah,
lot of
there's
the
a
time.
few cases like Shaper's Touch and Three Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods
Right. Yeah.
where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this
Yeah.
is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
our
that in
idea.
PoE1. But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, so I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that, you know, eventually you can.
It's
Compared.
the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I wouldn't say we're great. We're just
Aw.
we're just minds.
Come on. So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to
Yeah,
filter out
yeah.
like
So the
95%
incubators that
of
you would apply,
incubators.
they're
Yeah,
gone.
Very few of them
That's-
I felt like
that's
actually
that's
gave
great.
much
Big
like
fan
value,
of that.
and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I
for
don't
sure.
think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yep.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a
The
smaller
bestiary.
pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because
Yeah, they're
we've
not-
removed those other rewards.
Right, they're
from
not
the
being
pool.
replaced.
Yep.
Like instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind
Good.
of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop?
Nope.
You won't see those anymore.
Yeah, that's
and now
handy.
you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking
Yeah,
reroll on
this is
Tujin
it.
every
Giving
Yeah,
identity
that's
to
absolutely
every
the right
single
move. It
league
gives people
mechanic.
their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in. He's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues, and I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope it's something players prefer. Instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade its uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, you know, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion, and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around the corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, you know, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system, needs it. And, you know, with the burst, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there. So you can already see we're heading in a direction towards...
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So Legion rework to 2029.
There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams there. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in
that's
Act
so that's
3.
unfortunate,
There is a
man.
change that
But
we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
But
okay.
If you so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yep.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in the
It doesn't
campaign-
really
So
work. because they
previously,
have to
with
go
anyone
from a
that's not
combat
familiar
area
with
to a combat area.
mercenaries,
Yeah, okay.
you would
You can
encounter
only have
them
one
in your
temporary
map. You
mercenary
would
at a
fight
time,
them,
so if you find
and
a
if you were able to
mercenary in
kill
one area
them,
and
then
the
they'll
next area,
be
you would only have, like,
they'll follow
you're
you
not taking a
along
full party with
for
you, but-
as long as
Yeah, undecided if
you'd
that will
like
get
to
in in
dismiss
time or
them
not.
until you want to dismiss them.
I did definitely notice
You
that
could
can
add
buff
different
them,
items, you could
because
change out their items, right?
they're
Put
this
put different
limited thing.
uniques
It
and
seems like
rares
you're
and
just like,
whatever
well,
and
let's
deck
make
them
them
out.
ridiculous. Like,
Well,
they're stronger than me.
but here
The
now,
main thing with temporary mercenaries
they're not going to
is
be
you cannot
permanent
tweak their gear.
followers. It's just
And
going to
because you
be
cannot
they're going to be
tweak their gear,
temporary.
we can make them
Looks
much
like
stronger
just
than
for the
before
map or
because
whatever. So that's kind of
we don't need to
unfortunate,
balance
but I
around
guess
you
that's
giving them 1,000 DPS
understandable.
access on
Yeah.
Oyani's prototype. and
still
whatever
better
else.
than nothing.
Yeah, they seem to be
So,
powerhouses.
The
I'm
good
like,
thing
oh,
is we
man.
can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary, and I feel like this is the
you can
most
still get a
interesting
permanent
unique
one,
ascendancy,
but it'll
possibly
only
ever.
be through
I
the
feel
new
like I maybe
ascendancy.
lied last time we added the last Scion class, where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
I
valuable
like all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called, the warrant. and then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no.
You're evil.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
three classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which
pretty cool.
we teased yesterday, day
Pretty
before.
cool what they've
something
done
in
with
the
the
new
Scion.
set.
Shown the new ones.
You got this, like all three classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations, but still three very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there. Honestly, I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my
I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link Mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems for this
I
patch?
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys
But their survivability has been... No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to, put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall. Exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses,
for them.
I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show... Because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those inherent...
You can actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's two things about the Luminary that I think are worth... You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's two things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has... How many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas,
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire, leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was and then since then I've done 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found another 5 of them. I found one of the the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's
oh, that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones, and I got those guys, and I was just sprinting through the zone, and he's slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a support character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another chat question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? I imagine not, right?
No. Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables.
And then there's that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can get You can still use the Ascendance ones, but yeah, you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Sidon
makes
and
sense.
being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure, well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new, interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most
because
of us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun thing at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing,
self-casting buffs,
from my point
dude.
of view, is
Rejoice.
I think hand casting is like not bad in the
a lot
campaign,
of people were asking
like
for
early
that.
campaign.
It's good.
But I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game, and it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions, like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off. That is actually a buff for those.
Yeah.
All those lightning spells.
Like unique or something, right? Yeah. Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting like a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah. The annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like, it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling.
What the hell happened?
We've increased like the damage growth on those, so their damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. Just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell, please try something else.
The rain, the curse of magma orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse,
The most
but hopefully
weird, awkward
we'll
spell.
change it more frequently than we have with magma orb.
Curse of the Allflame.
So
Along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one other thing is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
Well, there is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is... I don't know if we'll ever see that in PoE1.
So that's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not like but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us like not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past, there has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2, we've pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1.
Yep.
Which is
Garricon's resolve in
PoE
PoE 1 now on the Assassin.
Thing. I'm surprised you're opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling though feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone. Cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really.
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers.
Yep.
All the supports they used were like Awaken Burning Damage, Awaken Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and.
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which. Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people notice, but we have the helper text system now.
Yeah, these Q&As are usually at least an hour long.
I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
I know everyone's probably waiting for the
On
patch
that note,
notes.
though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
It's a
going to
lot
get
of,
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
You know,
linking
like,
them all.
you can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally.
Auto-highlight.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise game.
Exactly.
And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because it could, misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But it's a good QOL addition to the game, and good for onboarding as well. And so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah, I
Andrew?
was going to mention
The highlight, the circle?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release.
Yeah.
And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
Just want to clarify, because
really
people were
good.
confused about last time when he
That's
says
awesome.
restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up.
Just
to be clear.
Not
I
resetting.
saw last time people were going,
Yes,
what do you mean
yes.
it's a week one
As
league
in,
reset?
there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the
Some
game. and
eternal
back up.
terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous. But
that's good news, though.
I've seen us, we refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No.
Not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about, well, we talked about custom crit, but also like elusive not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buffs. But do note that the death marked node, the one that applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
if that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the one
the
or two
absolute authority on this.
Yeah, we often have our, we make sure we address the least played class or two, but because some of these we just instead went with more of a like, well, not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters.
Okay.
So one of the things with daggers is they're implicit. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like you're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. Attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the League reworks.
For sure.
Instead of just bits and pieces all over, we're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not on the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. It's like, you know, don't get hit, or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking on.
I mean, if the player base agrees and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a good indicator.
Can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases, or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do it more dex, like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions, like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So Even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone who's got an opinion I kind of trust on that topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because if you're a slayer, it's like, what's the difference between using a two-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
That's quite true.
It's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Val orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh,
We're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
Wait.
That is the thing that's happening. Yes.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair,
Wait, what's
the
Twitch
synthesis
chat
unique
saying?
items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So
Hold on.
why have synthesis implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole idea
shit.
was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. Like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had... So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that synthesis had during its
I gotta hear what Connor's saying, man. I gotta hear what Connor...
But yeah, then it's just
What's
like,
he
okay, now
saying?
you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space. And they don't really have a purpose, so like we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
Tell me more.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Val corruption implicits.
Yeah, so
you can corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge, for example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to Val orbs. Then it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss duels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Val.
I think we got rid of the increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
that's gone.
I think I petitioned you to get rid of those like years ago, and now I didn't even ask you this time. I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
Memory hole.
One of those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine?
I don't remember.
You can't do that. I need that for a reason.
That's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting actually coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was gonna say like this is the sort of change that affects like very technical high-end crafting, because like you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did for some reason drop synthesis items. So for example, Ritual,
which is everything but synthesis. Let's be clear.
Yeah. So
I gotta say I don't like this at
next
all.
leagues in the future on the let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are like much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat bounces in the other direction though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies?
Wow.
And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more
Synthesis
worthy?
implicits
And
are
it
gone.
was just too much of a rabbit hole of work
Holy
at the time.
crap,
You know,
that's
it
crazy.
was maybe a month before release, and that's not not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind
That
of
changes
decision.
a lot,
Yeah.
man.
I
Wow.
will mention one thing though. Doyani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
Yeah, that's fun.
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, possibly causing, well, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So what are the, I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care about?
Too much.
I mean,
Not if it's too.
That's the impression I've got in the past.
If
Is
that
like
was
you
3,000, whatever, obviously, the magnitude matters.
Yeah.
It's, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
Yeah, there's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh my
Yeah.
Lord.
I don't know, not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak,
Yeah.
right?
I think
That is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop,
Yeah.
like if it only becomes, here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So, yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing, for sure.
That said, we have added a
I was gonna say,
couple
I'm
of
burying the
new-
lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now, I saw.
yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash. Potentially.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, that's gonna sink a few chaos orbs. It's like I saw that one of them was like 8 chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want chaos to become pennies, you know, that's which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
You call it
definition.
divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar, but we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's
some
what's
major
happening
adjustments here, major...
And then they just course correct
some
next
things
week. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to figure out, we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiary's had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those,
yeah, you can... a Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird.
I
You can
have no
plus
idea.
birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I feel like historically beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every Simplex amulet to become 2, right? Like that. That was where this came in. We started discussing it, and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay.
Because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
Right. That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh, no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
like,
that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah.
And in many ways, the new Allflame crafting is splitting items.
Sure.
Somewhat.
In a sort of
Well,
way.
if you want to do the original intent of the
You can only
split
keep
craft,
one of them.
Closer to the original.
there's a Ducat that's very similar to that,
true.
which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods in the
so
original
you
item,
can
and then you
the-
pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea. That
Yeah,
one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number one. It's my number one for like.
our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a dire rework.
it is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
sad.
It
is
it's
the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and capturing beasts,
Yeah.
like wild spirit beasts, is
Yeah,
really
that's
cool.
worth
And that's
figuring
kind
them
of
out.
why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
Yeah.
I know that one, we all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there,
Yeah,
because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of? And there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
because if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make
yeah.
league good.
Something I saw kind of like
Yeah, they're gonna be reworking all the
ideas like,
other
do yellow
older
beasts even
mechanics too?
really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something
Discussed
like
this
that?
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast, and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside when you do an encounter.
When I imagine a modernizing pass, that's kind of what I imagine, yeah.
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with
EU
was
servers,
like,
there it is.
all right,
Are we
we've
going to
done all
have
the, like,
EU
1
servers
day
and melee
tasks.
buffs?
Now we're in
That's
the
right.
mini day to week
Waiting
tasks.
for the
Like,
patch notes still, my friends.
it's
I'm gonna
just
get a
getting
drink.
so
Bear back
big.
a sec.
It will be a focus soon.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a Bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just untangle that. Like,
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but I'd say it's currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be, here's the new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
we've got some rapid-fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch, and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So
What? How the
Jonathan
hell?
handles that with our more live ops and system.
Oh, okay,
team,
I guess
so
someone
we
else
just
knows
don't
about it.
see what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
that is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to as from the helper text thing. We just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? And it makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrade. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back. And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. There's and that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are slash hideout macro, the ability to like go to your return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if like those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
We added well, why not? It's just a chat
yeah, I think in PoE2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap.
Also,
to fix.
similar to how we bound use town portal, like we can have
it could be a
we could
hotkey,
have a
right?
return to hideout. It's
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where slash hideout doesn't work,
sure.
it won't work.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
and maybe then do one for like, slash King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And all
Yeah,
those.
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toter event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a, because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's going to be so much work to bring it back. Turns out wasn't that much work.
Yep. It took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it core. Like this seems to, some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like, it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
Depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mod.
Interesting. That's kind of wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique, though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the...
You don't want to cheat that.
Getting all the boss drops and no one even killed the bosses.
It's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice. That makes sense. Can we get log into hideout? Or, so like that option that logs you back into
That'd
hideout.
be pretty cool. Log into hideout,
As much as no one's going to like the answer, no. They're logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
and probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that, and again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it.
It's true.
And,
Someone makes a point in the chat. That's
say it. I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which
we log into our
know that's
hideout
not
in
gonna be a
PoE
popular,
2.
take for sure.
So
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or two ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. It's, you can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like
I
mercenary. You can
wouldn't
put them
want
over.
to do that,
Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
good
For
question.
sure, it's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two
yeah.
main games, two titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2.
Very good, very good.
I actually saw some people, just before the stream was started, I saw a few people going, last PoE 1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 330. It will be before the release
Let's freaking
of
go.
PoE 2. And so
Oh yeah, dude.
it's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was
Holy shit! I know it's
like
yeah.
there's been 30
Oh my
expansions
gosh.
since
the 3 series.
Holy.
Right?
But yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas,
Excellent.
and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But yeah,
Sweet.
some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully, since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Like absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah.
Absolutely.
man. It's
Excellent.
gonna be
That's
a
fantastic
crazy
news.
year.
Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian, Mark. Thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right. See you guys later.
All right, boys. There it is. There we go. Holy shit! What a content! Wow, man! What a crazy huge patch we have on our hands. Now we should get the patch notes here relatively soon. Here within the next little while. Possibly within the next few minutes here. Probably I would think. So let's go here. Let's go patch notes. Right here. This is where they're going to be. What are we keen on look and checking in the patch notes? Anything specific we want to hone in on and focus on here? What are we thinking? Any predictions for the nerfs, for the buffs? We're gonna see if the patch notes get the patch notes soon as they drop. Path of Exile 1 patch is not yet available. Yeah, these are like underwater heists is how I kind of think of them. It's pretty sweet. Descend into the depths, dive into the ocean floor while lanterns imbued. Man, oh man, oh man. Once you have charted enough areas, connect them together to create a voyage. One giant seafloor excursion. Revisit each chart to claim its rewards again. Wow. Any area you chart reveals a modifier that applies during a voyage. The edges of the voyage boarding also feature randomized effects that influence adjacent charts. Yep. Pretty cool. Yeah, this Allflame crafting, this is crazy. Augments a rare belt with a trap or mine modifier. Wow. Throw up to one additional trap if dual wielding. Damn. Survive the Black Current. Keep an eye out for special types of charts. You may even find some that lead to notably unwelcoming waters. Voyage modifiers will be revealed once charted. New flask, Topaz Flask. Chance to gain a flask charge when you deal a crit strike. All damage from crit strikes can apply lightning ailments during effect. Stormblood. Mercenaries are back. Wow. Oh man, I love the Mercenaries League. So pretty much it's just get a mercenary in your map, fight it, and you're just gonna have one for that map for the rest of the map. So every single map you'll be able to fight a mercenary, and just if you kill him, he'll stick with you for the rest of that map. But you won't be able to keep him, unlike we could in Mercenaries League. So anyone that didn't play Mercenaries League, you'd be able to do this, and if you won the duel against the mercenary, he'd just be by your side, and that's it. You could keep him forever. You could keep that mercenary forever. You could put different pieces of gear on him, different uniques, and kit him out and deck him out and gear him up as you desire. But now it'll just be temporary. So that's kind of, but yeah. And so if you want a permanent mercenary, like always, you can pick the Luminary Ascendancy, which is brand new, and this lets you permanently hire a mercenary as an active ally. If you're not a Luminary, you're gonna just have a temporary mercenary. As with any past league, yeah, they've added some support for mercenary stuff on the Atlas. Defeat one in the duel and claim a powerful item. So if you defeat it in the duel, claim a powerful item. Yeah. So that's how it works. You pick an item on the mercenary. If you win, you will get that item. You will get that item, whether it's a Vol Orb, a Chaos Orb, a Divine Orb, a piece of gear that they have. And then they'll be with you for the rest of that area, but only that area. That's unfortunate. If you don't like a mercenary's items, you can request a warrant, and you can fight it again in a future map. As with any past leagues, yeah. So, okay, let's check and see if we got patch notes, friends. No patch notes yet. Hopefully coming soon. Let's go over this reliquarian here. So see this noble blood allows you to hire a mercenary permanently. And it allows you to like kind of have like a link support with the mercenary. This is going to be, I think this is going to be popular. I think this is going to be pretty popular. There's a playstyle for this. If your mercenary's life is higher than your own, 20% of damage from hits is taken from your mercenary's life before you. If your mercenary's life is lower, 40% of damage they take is recouped. Your mercenary taunts. Your mercenary has increased effect of non-curse auras. Ooh, okay. What did I think of the live stream? Man, hey, it's good to meet you first of all. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, pretty cool. This new Allflame stuff with the ships and going underwater. It looks great. It looks really good. And the crafting, doing these voyages here, but specifically the crafting here, this looks amazing. Fluffy yeah, what do you think? What did you think of it? And what do you Man, yeah, I really like this Allflame stuff. This looks insane, allowing you to like select multiple options. There seems like there's a lot here. I'm a big fan of the mercenary, so a little bit upset, but it's understandable that we don't get the permanent mercenary anymore. It's only temporary for the area that you're in. But that's cool. It gives you a chance to find some items every time you find a mercenary. You want to just check and see it might have a divine orb, it might have 3 chaos orbs, that's cool. I always enjoy interacting with that. Yo, caffeine addict dude, just waiting for the patch notes here is what we're doing. Just kind of browsing, going over. They just revealed the new league in case you may have missed it or not. Definitely seems unique. You're hella new to the game, so I don't know what to expect from updates, but this seems so cool. Yeah. So if you're first time here, if you're first time meeting me, encountering me, I pretty much only play Path of Exile and stream Path of Exile. I kind of love the game, and so yeah, I'm thrilled, man. No matter what they do, I'm always going to be there checking the new checking out the new content, diving in. Whether it's PoE 1 or 2, I play both games here on this stream. And I love them, for different reasons. So I like it. Yeah. So if you're brand new, you may not be familiar with some of this stuff, like mercenaries. Previously, there was a dedicated league for mercenaries here, and that's what you're seeing here. And I kind of talked about it a bit, but so I'm super happy that this is coming back. There's a lot here. They're reworking Abyss. That's a huge W as well, man. There's a lot to be happy about. So here's the Abyss rework. Pretty much what it means is they're taking the Abyss, all the good stuff from Abyss from PoE 2, and they're bringing it over to PoE 1. This is a 10-year-old old league mechanic. I think it's roughly 10 years old at this point. So it's super valuable. It's about time they gave it a rework and an overhaul. Yeah. I like all sorts of different builds and playstyles in Path of Exile, but primarily I focus on melee stuff. I've played a variety of stuff over the years. Remember, I posted my ninja and you commented on it. It helped a lot. I've had a lot of comments, I will say, over the last couple days, and I try my best to respond to everyone and answer any questions. So I'm glad it helped. Thanks, man, and thanks for the question, and thanks for watching the video for sure. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know that. Sounds good for a minion build. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. I'm just kind of refreshing. We're waiting to get the patch notes here. But here, let's go back and just go back to the content reveal here. Here it is here. So let's just go over some things that maybe not everybody saw in the live reveal. Let's turn the music off.
Asking what new tools do we have to face these? We curse.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, you ended up buying a good staff, a quarterstaff, and you gained about 50% more damage. Nice, that's huge, dude. Hey, Fluffy. Is it, how do I say that? Fluffy... Ernikin? Thanks so much for the follow. Yeah, man. Can't wait to play. So the league launches next Friday, and I still have a video. I'm still working on some videos. I'm still not quite done with Path of Exile 2. Oh, is it Unicorn, dude? Epic fail on my part. So sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry, my friend. Fluffy Unicorn. I'll take that. I'll take that one. So you use these lanterns to kind of like continuously explore the ocean floor. But yeah, as I said, we're still got some content to finish up on for Path of Exile 2. But we're looking to give this new league a try here on PoE 1. Cannot wait. We've got these Atlas anomalies now, so yeah, they've made some adjustments and kind of just they've moved things over and adjusted things and put them into different places. Like some of you guys might be familiar with the reflecting mist. You might sometimes see those in your maps. Now those are just going to be anomalies on the Atlas. This is the biggest one of all, though, okay? In case anyone missed this is the hugest change, in my opinion. This is the biggest change that they've made with this patch that's coming. Socket colors have essentially been removed. It says reworked, but and so what this means, like just like previously in Path of Exile 1, if you have a red gem, you would need to put it in to the red socket. You couldn't put a red gem. You could not put a red gem into a blue socket, or you could not put a red gem into a green socket, right? You had to match the colors. Now it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So this is huge for leveling, for early leveling, of course. Leagues start leveling, but just in general, this is just really, really beneficial and helpful to everybody. So you're not going to need to, well, I crafted a better body armor or a better helmet, gloves, whatever it may be. You got a better one, but I've got to get the same colors. So I can still use those gems, right? So I need to get blue, blue, green, or red, red, blue. You know, you don't have to do that anymore. You still may want to do it, okay, but you don't have to. The reason you may still want to socket a red into a red, a blue into a blue, is because if you end up matching the color of the gem with the color of the socket, you're going to get bonuses. You see there? Grants additional quality to the gems of the matching color. So I think this is just the craziest. Yeah, man. Holy. Is that like some endgame stuff or like putting maps underwater? You're talking about all the way up here? This is the brand new league mechanic for the Curse of the Allflame. This is you can do this early in the game, but yeah, you're going to be doing this frequently and very often in the end game. Yes, that's the idea. And then this here is like going to be a larger scale of the mechanic, right? So you're just going to descend into the depths, and you're going to get these lanterns. These lanterns are going to let you continuously explore. You can see here. Actually, let's just go over here to the
lanterns.
So you're gonna descend down into the ocean. But just like, you know, it makes sense. You can't be down there in the underwater forever. You're gonna drown. So that's why these lanterns help you kind of stay down there for an extended period of time.
With my lanterns.
So see the lantern kind of yeah. And see on the bottom you have 6 lanterns, at least in this footage here.
Must find the source of the Allflame before the brine rot.
Starfish, oh my god, wow.
Somewhere in the
there's all sorts of cool things to find and explore.
Bounty.
Like yeah, treasures. Look at this, holy. Shipwrecks and hidden treasure, like come on. And then see here, yeah, you're gonna use these. Oh my gosh. See here, these are like, yeah, in a way, it's yes, and that's what someone pointed out in the chat earlier. It's kind of in a way similar to Delve, almost. How you're going down underground, and you kind of, similarly to Delve, you've got to use the what are they called? The flares. You need to use the flares to stay in the light and stay out of the darkness. Yeah, so kind of like mining in a way, where you need the light to survive. And then this here, these are seafloor ridges, and you're going to be able to combine these on this chart here, this voyage chart, and this is going to allow you to like have a larger like sea floor, ocean floor exploration. Pretty cool. And this crafting, wait till you, oh my god, this is crazy. This is next level. This is next level. So let's see here. Let's see. So see here, we've got a pair of boots. So notice, we've got a pair of boots, and this here, it specifically requires 2,000 of currency. See this currency here? So it requires 2,000 currency, and then you can use, in this example, they're using an exalted orb. It's going to an exalted orb augments an item with a new random modifier. But unlike just using the exalted orb on the item, it's going to create 4 copies, which is what's so crazy about this here. So it's not like just, right? You're using only one exalted orb, but it's as if it's crazy. Like, does that make sense? Does everyone get that? And so instead of just doing it on one item and you exalt it and then you just get a random mod, you're seeing 4 different items here. And then from these 4 items, well, you just pick the best one. So that's just crazy, man. That's crazy. And they're ghostly copies, ghost activity. So let's see here. Let's just take a look at these here. Which ones would you select? Or which one would you select? Wow, man. That's so cool. Do they all have movement speed? They all have movement speed. 30 movement speed. Yep. I know which one I'm taking. I'm taking the one on the far left. Probably unmodifiable. No. Nope. So, yeah, no. And see, here's the Abyss rework. There's a new Abyss boss fight. And then this was definitely, I definitely did not expect this. A rework to Legion. Holy, I wonder what this means for the 5-way XP farming community. New uniques. This is crazy. And then yeah, this is big. I'm a big fan of the mercenaries. New pact skills. These look really cool. Atlas anomalies. Oh my god, yeah, this is cool. New uniques. Jeez. So here, let's fast forward here.
Successfully defeat. Each of these monster encounters will
Definitely,
also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power.
So see that? It might be hard to catch what just happened here, but so to translate, essentially, once you open this chest, you're going to become cursed by a ghostly spirit, and it's going to grant you additional movement speed and cast speed, and just you're going to be zooming.
Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies.
So see,
for example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power.
So see the icon, see this icon here? That explains that you're possessed. You're possessed by a ghostly spirit, granting you like additional, additional bonuses, and so that's pretty cool.
possessing you and granting you ghastly
See how
power
much
for the
faster?
rest of the area.
Oh man, yeah.
Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign. Valerie, or Val's, reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship. Quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse.
Hold on, let's check and see. Do we have patch notes? There we go. Okay, we've got patch notes. Patch notes. We have the patch notes. All right, let's see. Let's just see how much patch notes do we have? Is it a lot? Yeah, it's quite a bit. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Is there anything anyone wants to see here specifically here? So I know I cut this short, but we've been waiting on these patch notes. I definitely want to come back here and kind of summarize and gonna, but been keen to dive into these patch notes here. So let's go through them here together. Let's see. Added new exceptional skill gems, Pact of Gore. These are the pact skills, Pact of Lycia. New exceptional support gem, Coursing Currents. Supported skills that hit enemies, providing increased effect of chill and shock inflicted with supported skills, causing nearby enemies to be chilled when they are shocked by your hits, and shocked when they are chilled by your hits. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. New support gem, Crystal Fall. Supported skills will trigger Falling Crystal on hit, causing a giant crystal of Abyssal Soulstone to be called from above. Falling to slam down at target location. Supports slam skills. Holy shit. Oh, we like that. We like that. Added a new intelligent strength skill, Mana Infused Staff. Transfigured skill, Divine Blast of Radiance. Project a beam of holy light from your shield to a target location, causing an implosion of holy energy. The energy then lingers for a short duration as an orb periodically releases larger explosions. Increases and reductions to attack speed affect the rate at which explosions occur. Holy Hammer of Spirals. Holy Sweep of... Whoa. Strength Int Gem. Holy Sweep of Hammerfalls. Swings a two-handed mace or staff in a circle, calling down waves of holy hammers for a duration. Increases in reduction to attack speed affect the rate. Oh my gosh. Calls down a wave of holy hammers for a duration. Hammerden? Anyone? Okay, there it is. 15 new unique items, 3 new divination cards. Added the keywording. Yeah, they added some more keywording. Added the new pearlescent amulet base type, which has all elemental resistance implicit. Okay, nice. When playing in a party, any player is now able to interact with the expedition detonator. Eldritch altars. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Volatile Volorbs and crystallized Rancor now have dedicated slots in the currency item stash. Oh, nice. Beautiful. All right. Added 2 new crafting bench options unlocked by default. Reroll 3 Whoa. Wait, what? Reroll 3 modifiers on a rare item for a cost of 3 Chaos Orbs. And reroll a modifier on a rare item? Oh my gosh. What? That's interesting. Huh. Reroll a modifier on a rare item for a cost of 8 Chaos Orbs. Isla in King's March, Nico in the Mayan encampment, and Einhar in the menagerie are now all able to identify items. Okay. There's now a... No way. There's now a crafting bench available in every town from Act 2 onwards. That's insane. Oh, so you don't have to go to your hideout. This is huge for new players and just everybody in general. Because, yeah, for new players, they may not know you can go to your hideout and use your crafting bench to add on modifiers to gear that you've acquired early on in your campaign. So now it's just oh my gosh, that's incredible. That's amazing. That's really cool. There's a new, oh my god. So you just don't have to go to your hideout, and that's a huge buff. Catalysts now have a maximum stack of 20, previously 10. The audio for most raised specters should be a bit quieter. The waypoint in Solaris Temple level 1 in Act 8 have been moved closer. Continued to improve sound. Mercenaries of Trarthus as a core league. Okay, yep. Anyone ever have questions on mercenaries? We're gonna skip past this, but you're guaranteed to find a mercenary in the following campaign areas. Hired mercenaries will scale up their passive stats and skills to the level of the current area you are in. In map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you're able to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. That's sweet. The following unique items are now once again obtained through mercenary encounters and have been removed from the core drop pool. Okay. Abyss revamp. Abyss has received function changes to the mechanic to improve the gameplay significantly. Abyss pits and the cracks leading up to them are now already opened before you approach. So previously with Abyss, you had to walk over the Abyss crack to start the Abyss, and then you would have to follow the Abyss all around the map. Now you don't have to do that. That's also just a huge buff. That's pretty huge. All right. Slaying these enemies sends their souls into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamek. Upon slaying enough of them, the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain. Gone are the days of chasing abyssal cracks around the map, often backtracking to do so, yeah. Alongside this revamp, the new Abyss endgame pinnacle boss has been added. Abyss is now an exclusive source of Abyssal Jewels, Stygian Vises. Abyss Delirium Orbs can no longer be obtained. Oh, interesting. Abyss Jewels can no longer roll increased damage with hits and ailments with Abyss monsters. Oh, okay. So that's buff. That's a buff to Abyss Jewels. Removing that. Yep. That should make them easier to craft, at least, and if you're doing that. The base Abyss Scarab now has a limit of 5 from 2. Oh, wow. If an area already has an Abyss, modifiers that cause areas to contain additional Abyss will instead add 2 additional pits. The Abyss Scarab of Multitudes now grants Abyss Chasms in area spawn increased monsters per soul fed. Okay. The following changes have been made to higher tier modifiers from Abyssal Jewels. 20% increased effect of cold. Okay, we'll just skip over this. So you can get more damage, it looks like. Yeah, it's looking like you can get more damage, more flat damage on your Abyssal Jewels now. 28 to 38. 8 to 59. Yeah, wow. Okay. Yeah, Abyss Jewels, you can get less mana. Okay. So more flat damage on Abyss Jewels. Cool. Chance to avoid elemental ailments while you have elusive. Okay. Legion revamp. I'm gonna skip past this. Skip past this. socket. Here we go, guys. Socket gem changes again. Gems can now be socketed into any equipment socket, even if the gem color does not match the socket color. Socketed gems now gain 10% to quality in red, green, blue sockets if the gem matches the color. Item sockets are now always white by default. So white sockets mean any color can go into a white socket. Red, green, blue can go into white. That's how it previously worked. But now, yeah, you can put a green into a red into a green, etc. The chance for sockets to roll red, green, and blue increases with higher levels. So yeah, like I said, you're still going to want to like put a blue into a blue or green into a green because that's going to give you that increased quality right here. But you don't have to. It's not going to be... Oh, that's so good, man. I cannot say enough. Oh, that's amazing. And so as a result of these changes, chromatic orbs are now rarer and no longer sold. Oh, and are no longer sold by vendors. Okay. The gold fees for chromatic have changed. Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's just keep going here. Gonna speed through this. We want to get to the skills, right? We want to get to the skills. Talisman revamp. Yep, talismans are back in the game. After completing a ritual encounter, locusts will now point to the next altar. Oh, there we go. That's a nice quality of life. When in the Forbidden Sanctum, flask charges are now restored when you interact with the Sanctum map. Oh, that's nice for Sanctum runners. Volatile Valorbs can now be obtained as Sanctum rewards. Oh, that's huge. Ultimatum is now the exclusive source of catalysts. Okay. Yep, that's perfect. Ultimatum rewards from Demolition and Heist have been replaced. Catalyst chests can no longer appear in Expedition. And Tujin can no longer offer catalysts. Catalysts are used to increase the quality, just in case anyone thinking, you know, what is catalysts? Catalysts are used to increase the quality on your jewelry, so on your rings, amulets, and belts. Normally, you couldn't add quality to your jewelry. You could only add quality to your body armor, your armor, your weapon. Now, yeah, so they added catalysts a while back, so now you can only get the catalysts from doing Ultimatum. When channeling Verisium, oh, that's so huge! Thank God for this! Oh my gosh. When channeling Verisium ore, you cannot be damaged. Oh my god, that's so good. That's so nice. Here we go, Betrayal. I was hoping that we'd maybe get some Betrayal buffs. Let's see. Syndicate leaders can no longer drop Allflame embers. The Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop Allflame embers of Kulamek. Interesting. The average number of scarabs dropped from scarab chests in Betrayal safe houses have been doubled. Oh, nice. There we go. Trapped stashes in Betrayal safe houses now have a time limit of 15 seconds, previously 10. Okay, cool. Cluster jewels from stashes. Oh, that's nice. Have a maximum item level of 83. Yeah, that's probably fine. Vaughan's Fortification Safe House reward is now a trap stash with enshrouded uniques. Okay. Breach. The average number of monsters. Oh no. Oh no, not breach nerfs. No. No, I'm not surprised though. Not surprised. The average number of monsters in breach monster packs has been reduced. The number of monster packs spawned in unstable breaches. Oh my god, they killed the breach. They killed the unstable breach farm. But that's what everyone was doing in the endgame last patch. So this is what happens. Reduced by 25%. The progress for killing breach monsters has been increased by 17% to compensate. The maximum number of unstable reaches that can be opened at once has been reduced to 2. Okay, that's yeah. Oh man, yeah, they're really toning down nerfing breach. Damn, dudes. Small passives that granted breach monsters in your maps have increased pack size. Instead, grant breaches in your maps have increased rare monsters. Yeah, really nerfing the back size for Breach here. But yeah, it's understandable. This was the meta, the top meta strat last league. Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. They're even nerfing the Genesis tree too. Equipment items birthed by the Genesis tree inherently have slightly less modifier rating. Oh man. The maximum number of equipment Genesis tree passive points is now 16, previously 20. Oh, yikes. Nerfs to the Genesis tree again. Small equipment Genesis tree passives. Oh, wow. Equipment Genesis tree notable passives that increase chance for modifiers to a specific type now have its values. Yeah, oh wow. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, which Kirak has labeled as anomalies. Upon completing a map affected by a void stone, there's a chance that you will next open your Atlas. An anomaly may manifest. Reflecting mists. Okay. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a percentage of physical or elemental, they instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. Oh my god. Okay, so we still just don't even run reflect. Whatever. Physical Thorns activates when hit by physical damage and lasts for 5 seconds. While active, it reflects a fixed amount of physical damage each time a monster receives a physical hit. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. Okay. Interesting. In red tier maps, rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 physical damage. Yeah, so we still just probably still just don't run reflected maps to just avoid this. All right. Okay, but this is very important. Reflected damage from thorns is able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, resistance. Okay. Reflected modifiers no longer appear on corrupted side areas in the campaign. Following maps have been added back to the Atlas: Arachnid Nest, Ballista, Basilica, Bazaar, Caldera, Cells Channel, Colonnade, Coliseum, Conservatory, Crystal Ore, Desert Spring, Forbidden Woods, Geode, Infested Valley, Laboratory, Malformation, Phantasmagoria, Pier, Plateau, Ramparts, Toxic Sewer. The following maps have been removed: Acid Caverns, Arena, Ashen Wood, Bog, Canyon removed. Oh no. Carcass, Castle Ruins, Courtyard. I like Courtyard a lot. Coves, Crimson Temple removed. Crimson Township, Defiled Cathedral, Dig, Dry Sea, Dungeon, Lava Chambers, Maze, Moon Temple, Mud Geyser, Necropolis, Pen, Racecourse, Sepulcher. Underground Sea removed. No. It's one of my favorites. The Untainted Paradise unique map can no longer be obtained. What? What? Untainted Paradise unique map can no longer be obtained, and existing items cannot be used in standard leagues. What? What the heck? Here we go. Untainted Paradise can now be accessed through a randomly... Yo, who's that? Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Hockey? Thank you. So Untainted Paradises can now be accessed through a randomly spawned event node on your Atlas. Okay. Where it has received the last few alterations to make it more difficult and rewarding. Okay, so Untainted's still in the game. Okay. Appreciate you. Salute to you. Are we pumped for this? Let's go. Underwater exploration. The decayed Voidstone socket on the Atlas now connects the Forge of the Phoenix map, Pit of the Chimera, Lair of the Hydra. Okay. The Pit of the Chimera boss. Oh! Wait, what? Pit of Chimera boss now spawns only one wave of enemies per phase. Oh, wow. That's so nice. Oh, yes. Now spawns only one wave of enemies per phase. That's so good. That is so good. Oh, I'm so happy for that. As someone who likes to do the destructive play, this is a buff. This is a win. Memory thread maps now display which map they will open. Beautiful. Removed the item drop delay from versions of the okay. Reflecting mist objects now have much higher chance to drop a reflect. Oh. Yo. Reflecting mist now have a much higher chance to drop reflecting mist currency item. A much higher drop chance. Yo, that's cool. Sweet. Oh, here we go. Added a new altered prophecy cluster to the passive tree. The notable grants your tier 14 plus maps 4% chance to drop a scrying orb on completion, while the smaller passives grant your maps increased chance to drop divination cards. The scrying orb is a new currency that stores the map that the currency item was found in. It then allows you to scry the divination card of the map areas listed on the item. Oh, okay. The Brave the Tower Atlas skill now has ultimatum bosses drop 10% of a random, or 10 of a random catalyst. Okay. Dutiful Soldier Atlas passive skill now grants blueprints found in your maps have 15% chance to have a special implicit. Player changes. Sources of... Oh no. Sources of avoid all damage from hits are now additive, with avoiding damage from specific types. Lowered the life of various monsters when used as specters. There it is. There's the nerf to minion pact, my friends. In general, no specters should have more life than a meat sack. Some of the monsters that have had their life reduced include Unholy Aberrations, Unholy Trinity boss fight, Originator influenced monsters. Yep. All non-specter minions no longer pause while attacking. Okay. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. This change will be significant damage per second increase for the following minion types in particular. Dominating Blow, Raise Spectre. Okay. Skills, items, and modifiers that once stated that increases and reductions to spell damage apply to attack damage have been replaced with a new Arcane Might keyword. Purely a descriptive change. Okay. The Assassin, Hierophant, Inquisitor, Hierophant. Okay. Alright. Occultist. Okay. Reliquarian. Here we go. Skill gem changes. Here we go, guys. Skill gem changes. I got to stand up, stretch the legs here, and we're going to come back and we're going to go over the skill gem changes. And we'll see what's been nerfed. All right. Let's see. All right, let's see what got what hit with the buffs and the nerfs here, friends. Um. All right, so yeah, we already know they've adjusted the self casting spells, improved the damage, increased the mana cost. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Arc, yeah, Arc's one of them. Cast time reduced, mana cost increased. Armageddon brand now has 250 effectiveness of added damage at level 20, previously 370. Holy. So they lowered the effectiveness of added damage. Armageddon brand of volatility. Barrage now fires 6 projectiles, previously 5. Nice. Ball lightning now has a base radius of 2 meters and a cast time of 0.6. The base mana cost has been increased. Okay. Ball lightning of orbiting, cast time of 0.5. Base mana cost increased. Okay. Blade blast. I'm gonna. Okay, here we go. Blade vortex. 30% increased rate. Hit rate for each blade, previously 35. 30% more damage for each blade, previously 35. It now has a crit chance of 10%, previously 6. So, okay, a bit of an adjustment there. All right, let's keep moving down here. Blade fall, not interested. Not interested here. Body swap, whatever. Body swap, cold snap. Crackling lance. I'm going to skip through a bunch of these that don't really interest me. Hope you guys don't mind. Dark Bargain, Dark Pact, Discharge, Divine Blast, Divine Ire. Elemental Hit lowered the added fire, cold, and lightning by 17%. Elemental Hit of the Spectrum is not affected. Essence Drain. Here we go. Ethereal Knives. Oh, we got Ethereal Knives buffs, potentially. More projectiles. More crit chance. More effectiveness of added damage. 1100 to 1600. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Ethereal Knives got a fucking huge buff. That's but oh wow. But that's just Ethereal Knives. What you want is Ethereal Knives of the Massacre, which yeah, that's the one you're going to want to use if you're running Ethereal Knives most likely. And that also got a buff. Not as much as this, but yeah, that's pretty good. Eye of Winter. Crit chance buffed. Fireball, Firestorm, Flame Dash, Flame Surge. So, okay, so Cyclone not touched. Cyclone hasn't been touched. Cyclone of Tumult has not been touched. Flame Blast, Freezing Pulse. General's Cry. Oh, please don't nerf my General's Cry. Please don't do it. Supported. The support effect can no longer support skills with okay, what does this mean? What does this exactly mean? Can no longer support skills with cooldowns. How does that impact us? That shouldn't impact. That shouldn't really impact. Yeah, no. Can't use auto exertion. Can no longer support skills with cooldowns. Auto exertion has a cooldown. Fuck, man. Fuck. Oh, no, dude. Son of a gun. Hmm. Dang, dude. That sucks. That sucks. Kinetic blast here. Kinetic clustering. A little bit of an adjustment to KB of clustering. Kinetic fusillade has had its attack speed significantly reduced. Orb of storms. No changes to penance brand. No. Rolling magma. Shock nova of procession. 105 to 948. Yeah, nerfed. They nerfed that. This got nerfed. Yeah, that was pretty meta. Soul Rend of Reaping. 3 to 5 projectiles at 15 to 20. Previously 1. That's a nice improvement. Spark. What about Spark? Cast time of 0.6 seconds. Previously 0.65. The mana cost has been increased. Spark of the Nova. Now fires 6 to 10. Previously 8 to 12. Cast time of 0.7. Previously 0.75. Less projectiles overall. Okay. Alright. Unearth now has a crit chance of 10%. Void Sphere. Alright, and that's it. That's all the gem changes. Vol Blade Vortex. Crit increased. Okay. Archmage. Here we go. Yep. Archmage nerfed. Ballista Totem. 36 to 30. There you go. Here's a minion pact. Companionship no longer has minions from supported skills have more maximum life. Now has minions from supported skills take less damage. Okay. Alright, friends. Here's Minion Pact. Has been reworked. It's now called Communion Support. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skill of minions. Supported spells deal 20 to 30 added physical damage for each permanent minion at level 3. Spell Totem, 55 to 50 less damage. Okay. Unique changes. Aberrath's hooves. Aberrath's horn at Ziri's rule. Breath of the Council. Cane of Unraveling. Disintegrator. Doriani's delusion. Just looking for anything that stands out to me here. Replica Emberwake. Okay. The Gull. Yeah, I figured we'd get a nerf to the Gull. What do we got? Now has 25 to 50 increased effect of shrine buffs, previously 75. Yep, I saw this coming. And 25 to 50 increased duration, previously 50. Existing versions, yep. Yeah. Existing versions can be updated with a Divine Orb, but why would you? Exactly. Oh, Heartbound, Hate Forge. Okay. Lionize, Stitch Demon. Okay. Tribunal, Martyr of Innocence. Militant Faith, Nebulous. Nebulous has 6 to 8 increased elemental damage. Previously 5 to 10. Okay. Wrathpith. 3% increased spell crit chance per 100. Previously both 5. Yeah, so nerfed Wrathpith a bit. Okay. Item changes. Non-unique synth items can no longer be obtained. That's huge, man. That's a big change. Man, dude, that's hurt. That hurts. Currency items like fractured orbs, fossils, reflecting mist no longer explicitly state they don't work on synth items. These items still cannot be applied to existing synth items. Harvest crafting option to synthesize an item has been removed. Oh man. Oh no. Damn, dude. Bestiary craft. Yeah. Yeah. Bestiary option to split an item in two has been replaced with a new option that fractures a modifier. Oh no. The beast crafting option to split an item into 3 has been replaced. Oh no, dude. Shit. Oh man, there's some major adjustments here. No longer can do the split beast recipe. You can no longer split an item. Jeez. Mana and reduced mana cost can no longer be unveiled on crafted on rings. Reduced mana cost. Oh. What? Mana and reduced mana cost can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Instead, you can now unveil or craft mana and increased mana cost efficiency on rings. Holy crap, they've made some fucking some of these I'm not crazy about, man. If that is what I think it is, that's the minus mana on the rings. I think that's what I think it is. Reduced mana cost of attacks no longer roll as an implicit. Oh wow, they've really made some really interesting adjustments here. Elder Influence staves no longer roll chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff. Sheesh. Alright, wow. Modifiers to level of all spell skills and spell skill gems now all have an additional modifier tier. Okay. Caster weapons no longer roll increased fire, cold, lightning damage on suffix. Added the following corruption implicit modifiers. Increased aura effect. +1 to maximum power. Yeah. To minimum. Okay. Damn, man. I can't believe they did that with removing the synth modifiers, dude. That's crazy. Oh, yikes, dude. That's yikes. Okay. Rare monster reward modifiers for transforming all items to armor have been removed. Soul Eater now expires faster on non-players. And Eaten Soul is lost every... Oh, that's cool. That's nice. Okay. All classes are now able to purchase faster attacks from Nessa. All classes are able to purchase faster casting. User interface QOL changes. You can now right-click. Yep. You can now right-click the icon for your animated guardian to view their currently equipped items. The majority of currency items, fragments, divinations, other stackable items will now stack up to 10,000. Oh, that's huge. Thank you. Thanks for that. Repeat applying currency items no longer drains each stack in your inventory. Okay. Increase the number of characters visible on the character selection screen. Okay. All right, guys, there it is. That's everything. That's pretty well it. Wow. Wow, man. Interesting. Interesting changes. Some of them I'm not crazy about, I must say. But I think overall it should be all right. We should be fine. Should be pretty awesome league. Overall, not that bad. But yeah, there's some pretty drastic changes they've made. They've made removing the synthesis items, the synth implicits. That's pretty big. Really only obviously affects the high end, the like the very high end players that mirror craft and all that stuff. Wow.
And were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns.
So yeah,
These are
the
conduits
lanterns, you're
going
going to place the lanterns down, and that's what's going to allow you to stay in the stay down there in the water for a little while longer.
and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring.
Yeah.
Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right?
Yeah, this is
Beware
cool.
though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light.
So
You'll
you got to
have
stay.
rush
You got to
back
stay
the
in the
safety of
zones
the
to stay
bathysphere,
safe, so you don't
escaping
drown.
the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring.
So you can't
You'll
stay
want to
down here
place
forever.
every
You
lantern,
gotta
though,
be quick.
as exploring to collect enough dead man sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val,
See that?
place your charts on Val's board,
That's pretty cool, man.
connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them.
See there on the corners? Each corner that you place, 100% increase rare monsters in adjacent areas.
These add even further rewards to your voyages,
More scarabs found.
and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Stuff these full.
So you're going to be able to
send Val a
take,
signal,
you're
and
not
she
going to, there's no worry about you're going to having to leave all your loot behind down below. You'll be able to take all this loot and put it into, and yeah, you can see there, click the button to send it to the surface. So you'll be able to run the voyage, run the content, and if you really want to, you can send all the loot up, and there won't be any loot that you'll have to leave behind, that's pretty cool.
We'll pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound.
Sweet, man.
Since voyages are built of 9
What's that say? Wait. What did that say?
Since voyages
offer sturdy coral. Add the following effects to all players. Increase stun duration on enemies. Okay, so it's like a little shrine, like a little
that's
buff.
a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there.
Yeah, so you've kind of
Good
got...
luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot.
That's cool,
Now,
man.
back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been
Here we
hard
go,
at work
here we go.
gathering.
Let's look
Is
at
that
the...
just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight?
This is the crafting
No,
section
it's
here.
not.
Check this crafting.
Once you've
This
got
is
a bunch
sweet.
of it,
This is sweet.
head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass, resides Vesper's soul. And you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of pipes and corpse-stained, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play.
This is crazy, dude.
Give
This
Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item.
Total dead man sulfur. Yeah, so you need 1,200 in this case. It's going to apply the exalted orb, but it's going to give you more than one outcome, more than one item. It's going to give you 3 or whatever 4 belts. Three in this case. That's so
and
cool.
an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur.
Jeez.
That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms.
It'll be pretty easy to come across and get some pretty good items.
Each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the
So
original
yeah,
forms.
like so as another example, what you could do, because what does he
That
say?
idly
Listen
use
to
on
what he
that
says.
bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item.
So for example, yeah, like Fork. Here's another example, right? Like this in this example, everyone they showed a exalted orb, but obviously we all know what a chaos orb does, right? That's just going to reforge the item. So your boots, your whatever, right? Maybe you're looking for a better body armor, so you could just put your body armor in here. You could put a chaos orb in there instead of the exalted orb in this case, and then go craft, and then it's going to spit out, instead of just seeing one item. Yeah, that's so cool. I like that a lot. So what else? Same could be said for a alchemy orb. So if you've got like a good base of a boot base, if you just found like a high, let's say like an item level 83 gloves or whatever it may be, throw it in, put in an alchemy orb, and you're going to have 3 or 4. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, but you need this currency, the Dead Man's Sulfur.
And an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item.
And then you just pick whatever one you want.
You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome.
I love that. That's so dope.
This can be done with almost...
So here... Oh, yeah. So see, in this case... Oh, this is so good! So, dude, this is so... Oh, my gosh. Yeah, when you're at the point with your item this is a good example. Like, this time we have some sorcerer boots. These are some pretty decent boots. Good amount of energy shield on these boots. Good movement speed. Good amount of resist. In this case, they have what's called a Hunter's Exalted Orb. If anyone doesn't know what a Hunter's Exalted Orb, I can go over that. We can talk about it. But this Hunter's Exalted Orb. It's going to apply a special, only a special few modifiers. Because it's a specific Exalted Orb, it's going to apply exclusive, specific, what are called influenced modifiers. And so instead of just using it on the item and then, you're gonna get one of these modifiers from the Hunter's Exalted Orb. With this, it's so good. That's so good. So you're getting more, yes, to ensure that you get the right modifier that you're looking for. Oh man, that is wonderful, bro. Oh man.
Any crafting step you'd like.
That's OP, man.
That's
to see OP. So see, this one's cost 20,000, but still, that's worth it. Oh, but there, it's only going to create 2 ghostly copies this time. So not as many copies, but still better than just seeing one outcome, right? Seeing multiple outcomes maybe increases your chances of getting the modifier that you want. Wonderful, man.
Comes for that influence.
See, adds a hunter influenced or a new hunter modifier. Wait, what? Oh no, sorry. Adds hunter influence and a new hunter modifier. Yeah.
Exalted Orb.
So, in this case, these yellow ones, these are what are known as hunter influenced modifiers that only can be gotten from using the hunter's influenced orb, the hunter's exalted orb. So in this case, yeah, Tailwind, when you deal a crit, is very, very valuable, very, very popular. Ignites you, inflict, deal damage faster, also very good. So in this case, I'd probably be taking, and that's wonderful.
Perhaps
what do we have here? And this is even more OP. For fossil crafting, you can even use prime chaotic resonators with that. Is so insane. Oh, wow. Creates 3 copies. Oh my gosh. This is wonderful, man.
What a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
So the reason why we use, for anyone that's maybe not familiar, the reason why people use these prime chaotic resonators is because you can combine different fossils, which you get from doing the delve stuff. You can combine different fossils, which allow you to remove different modifiers from the modifier pool to increase your odds of getting certain modifiers, on this case, on the minion wand here. So on these minions, on these convoking wands, usually minion players are looking for modifiers that say like +1 to minion, +1 to level of all.
You've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Yeah, just let you get the maximum value. So see here, these 2 did not roll what we're looking for the minion player at least, but this one did. And because we get to see 3 options, there we go. We got there. So see, +1 to minion, +1 to spell. That's GG, dude. Holy. See that?
Do be wary.
What do we have here? Fracturing a random modifier. Yeah, so in this example, it's a fracturing orb. So, oh man, this is glorious. This is glorious. Creates 2 ghostly copies.
Though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done.
Yep. So in this case, right, we hit so we fracture the item, but instead of just just one click fracture on the item and just praying it fractures the right item, you get to see 2, and now, so there, the one on the left is the one you wanted. The one on the right, no. Wow, dude.
That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats. These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as...
What does this say? Splits an item into many ghostly forms, each retaining a single random modifier. Is it guaranteed to be different outcomes each time? Yeah. I would think so. Let's read. Let's read again. Fractures a random modifier on this item, locking it in place, creates 2 ghastly copies. We might have to see and look into that further, and do more testing. I would think it works like that. It's going to provide you with different copies that are going to have different. But maybe that would be okay, because obviously in that case. Yeah. Because like let's say on this item let's just say we want to fracture the 47 intelligence. So if that works how we're thinking and how we're wondering, maybe that would be good. It could be good and bad, because maybe you could get 2 copies with the necrotic armor with fractured intelligence. But either way, you're gonna get one. You pick one. You only get to have one item. Yeah, so maybe that's bad. Maybe we don't want that to work that way. We want it to just have. Yeah, we want it to work the other way.
Though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see seafloor hides. These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as
splits an item into many forms, each retaining a single modifier.
Shara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item.
So see, and you're gonna, in this case, so yeah, if we look at the item here,
Warp Shara's Ducat, which creates.
If we look at the item here, this has tier 1, the 176 increased physical damage. That's a very, very hard modifier to get on an item. Whether you're gonna craft on it, that's very hard to get. So in this case, yeah, this is very good to do, because you have a chance to single out that modifier, which can be a good way to begin the crafting process. So I think that just answers our question here, Fork. So notice we've got 4 different mods. We've got tier 1 physical percent. We've got flat physical, attack speed, enemy stun threshold.
It's 4 ghostly copies of an item.
So look, so yeah, that answers the question, because see, there's 2 copies here with attack speed. So unfortunately, the ideal outcome here
Ducat,
on this specific example would be to get a copy with a singular modifier being the increased physical damage. That would be the desired outcome here, in my opinion, in my case. That's why I would be doing something like this. But unfortunately, we didn't get lucky.
4
Instead,
copies of.
It gave us 4 copies, but we didn't get the percent physical. But that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Yeah.
Of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original.
So it does suck. Yeah. So you could get. All right, good to know. Good to know at least. Yeah, you could get screwed. So it's not like a guarantee. If you have 4 mods, you're gonna get you're guaranteed to get a copy with each one of each mod. Yeah. So okay.
Perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
And what's this one here? Let's see with this. Change a modifier that grants a single attribute to grant a different attribute. So yeah, this is really, oh man, super handy. So in this case, yeah, he's got an amulet,
which can solve item or
this craft will apply intangibility. So
requirement problems by changing one Teal's
so
Ducat,
hold on,
which can solve item or.
So this one here, 50 strength. So let's say, yeah, like this is great. Because let's say you found an item on the trade site, and this is what you can keep this in mind, right? In the league, when you're like looking on the trade site, or whether maybe you purchased, or sorry, maybe you crafted an item yourself, like an amulet, and it's got 50 strength in this case, but you actually need like intelligence. You don't need the strength. So you can just take your item and do this, and it'll switch the strength and give you another option, and hopefully you hit the intelligence that you need, and there you go. You've got an insane amulet, and you were able to change that. Yeah, that's cool, man. So yeah, I'll be keeping this in mind, and we all can keep this in mind when you're looking at items on the trade site. If you're playing on the trade league, you know, maybe you see a really good item, but shit, it's got dex, or crap, it's got int. Well, you can still buy it and then take it over here, you know? So cool. It's going to be pretty cool and easy to make some good gear, yeah. And that's so yeah, that again, I'll be always keeping that in mind, you know, be looking at an item and thinking, "Oh, well, no, but so I can change it." So it's not a dead, you know, I'll have to keep looking sort of deal.
The Gentiles do cut, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing
So yeah, see? 50 strength, 44 int, 46 int.
one attribute to another.
Hold
Item
on.
or gem requirement problems
Yeah.
by changing one attribute to another. And bright
What's this? Crafts? Okay, this is insane. I don't know the specifics of this, but I know this is insane. This is insane. Crafts a random Pantheon aspect skill onto an item. That okay, I need to know about that. What is a Pantheon aspect skill? If you're familiar with bestiary, you know that like you can get the aspect of the crab on your, but this is not that. This is different. Pantheon. Okay, that'll be cool to look into that.
and hooks
Wow.
do cut, with which you can become
These
an
are cool,
emissary
man.
of the gods
This
of
is cool.
Rayclass.
This is sweet
Who
crafting.
knows what these aspects might do? These ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels
Special types of charts. Yeah. Okay.
throughout Rayclass.
All right.
You
dude.
may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters.
Look at that. Look at that. Yo, who's that?
So
Look at
one
that. Who
lead
is
you
that?
to
Who does that look like? That kind of looks like the guy from PoE 2, doesn't it?
Unwelcoming waters.
I don't know, man. That guy there kind of looks like the Jade Isles, boss, kind of.
So that covers the new league. Unwelcoming
Anyway,
waters.
that looks pretty badass. That
So
should
that
be
covers the new league.
pretty cool.
And for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league.
First
But
real
that's not
boat
all.
league, eh?
Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favorite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per
So the way this works is, yeah, you get to select one item. It can be the currency items in here, or it can be any item that they're wearing. You select it, and then the match is going to
the
begin.
Trathan Code,
If you win the match and you kill them, you're going to get the item that you selected.
you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
See that? Oh, cool. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. This is one of my favorite leagues.
If you lose, you forfeit the
But,
levied gold.
yeah, you got to
and
be careful. You got to be very careful. These guys can be
the
pretty
mercenary
dangerous
will
and rippy.
teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display.
Yeah.
Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new
So see here, see in this example, 5 chaos. But there's been, because for anyone that's not played this league, I've played it in the past when I think it was 3.26 patch. And you can get divine orbs here. Sometimes you're going to see mercenaries with divine orbs, all types of currency orbs. I think in the mercenaries league, someone got crazy lucky and got a mirror. You know, one of these mercenaries had a mirror, a Hinakora's lock. You know, sometimes they have really, really, really good rare items. So you always want to be going into your maps and maybe not always fighting them, because you know, if you're in hardcore, of course, or if you don't want to lose XP and maybe think you're going to die. But yeah, you always want to be checking their items quickly. Just, you know, hover over each item. Oh wow, that rare. And so you're going to come into situations where it's like, ah, shit, I think this guy might kill me, but I really want his boots or his gloves. Those are insane triple resist gloves with a ton of life. What, you know, yeah, so
New set of items.
it's awesome.
A mercenary
It's
will
awesome.
only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area.
Mercenaries League was epic, man.
Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players.
Which is cool. Yeah.
It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathis League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
And that was the reason why one of the reasons why Mercenaries League was so good was because they would add to the quantity in the maps. They would act like a party member, you know. I wonder if the white sockets will give 10% quality. No. Nope.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality.
Well, white sockets are just generic, yeah. But so that's why you're gonna want to try to not have white sockets now. Previously, you wanted to get white sockets. Now you at the very end game, you don't want white sockets in most cases, because, you know, matching those colors is what's going to give you that bonus.
And powerful skills. Is there really no...
So I don't know, what is this? What is this here? I gotta say, I don't know what the hell that is.
way I can keep them as
What
an
is
ally
this?
permanently?
What is that thing?
And powerful skills.
What the fuck is this? What on earth even is this thing here? What the fuck is that?
Is there really no
What the hell is that?
way I can keep them as an ally
Any
permanently?
any ideas?
Well, you can, but only if you are a scion.
I
Powerful
have no
skills.
idea. What is that? What on earth is that? Is that something to do with Legion? I do not recognize that. Oh, that looks like brand new.
Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a scion.
So yeah, in this league, when you hire a mercenary and when you defeat them, they'll be your ally. But unfortunately, it's not going to be permanent. You'll only be able to have a permanent mercenary if you select this
Second
specific
time in
ascendancy here, the Luminary.
6 months, the scion is
Which
getting a new
this might be pretty insanely popular, because this looks pretty OP.
ascendancy class. The Luminary.
This
The
looks
Luminary
pretty cool,
is a
man.
natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow.
I can't freaking
Becoming
wait
a
to go
Luminary
again.
immediately
dude.
lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques.
You can just find an insane merc, and they can do all the work for you. Yeah, with this ascendancy specifically, only with this ascendancy, really. On which is fair. That's fine. You know, in order to access that, you have to pick this ascendancy. So yeah, so I guess every map if you want and if you can kill the mercenary, you can have a mercenary for that map, but you're not gonna be able to keep the mercenary and keep them in your hideout like we were able to do in the mercenaries league.
While the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped.
This could be a pretty popular
Luminaries have
ascendancy
the
here.
flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary,
Yeah.
or having their mercenary
Very
support
cool, man.
them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them.
Yeah.
The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps.
Yeah, and so this is important because mercenaries increase chance to be
Easily target.
So this one here is like less chance to be intelligence aligned. So if depending on the type of mercenary they're going to have intelligence based gear, dex, strength, right? So like let's say you want to increase your chances of finding, high energy shield items or high armor items. Well, then you can kind of go on here and remove that, right? Select a node like this to have less chance to be aligned with intelligence.
The specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and
Very
Pillage
cool.
passive gives mercenaries a chance
10% chance on defeating mercenaries for them to drop all their items. Oh, that's
to
cool.
drop all their
That's
items
pretty
when
cool.
defeated, instead of just the one you selected.
That's pretty freaking cool.
The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary
Nosfestroth
is covered head to tail in unique items.
Hope I got that right.
The Trathan
Thanks for the
Scarab of
follow.
Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel.
Yeah, that's cool. Normally you can only find one mercenary. This ups the ante. That's pretty freaking cool.
Infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them.
These guys are pretty rippy, man. I gotta
There's
say.
even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Mysterious Diver. Look at that. That's pretty cool.
Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss.
When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1.
Yeah, this is good. This
The
is
existing Abyss content had some notable
great.
problems.
Huge W here, man.
Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks
So
up
there's
their
no
sleeves in Tier
so there's
1.
no Omen of
And
Light, right? There's no doing the pull out method with these monsters. All they've done is taken the monsters, the Abyss monsters, the graphical upgrades, improvements, and they brought them over to the outdated. I think it's almost 10 years Abyss is like 9 years old, so this is
Any
this
employ
is good.
entirely
Very
different
good.
skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be
Great
clear,
news.
there are still some aspects of the existing Abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and
Leather
items
belt,
with
leather
Abyssal
belt.
sockets
Oh, shit.
will remain. In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving Abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of Abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Yep, that's great. That's really
This
good.
will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing it.
Wonder what that
does
means.
this-
Wonder what that means. Very unique way of accessing it. Zoroth's Eye of Malevolence can be used in a personal map device. Huh.
I will do. Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No
Yeah,
longer will you have
that's
to remember
awesome.
to apply incubators
Big
to all
fan of
your
that.
equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the
Yeah, this
crystal
is gonna
becomes
make for some
volatile
new,
and looks ready
really
to
cool
fracture.
new unique
I wonder what will
combinations.
come out.
Combining other
Our
other
Shaper's
uniques
Touch
together.
transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity. But now, the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon
Yeah,
it,
that's pretty insane.
in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier.
You could
As
end
you
up
can-
having some pretty expensive uniques with the right combinations here.
C. Enshrouding crystals
Oh my
allow you
God.
to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another.
That's crazy. That
Here
is
are some
crazy,
more
man.
examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets,
Holy shit!
boots,
Imagine, oh man, I'm just thinking. Imagine if you could take the Mage Blood modifier and somehow, like with this, and somehow put that onto a different. Oh my god! Somehow try to. Oh my god, that'd be crazy.
gloves,
Or the Headhunter,
Shields.
right? Yeah, they're. Oh, this is gonna be crazy.
and body armors. In addition to vestigial items,
That's major.
we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter.
Yeah, this is
Breaking
also
out
major
all the
too.
key
This is
monsters,
huge for
chests.
anyone doing Legion, like early in the league or at any point in the league. That's huge, but especially early on, it's going to be easier. You know, when your character's not at like full power, you have no problem like breaking out the Legion.
And the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No
Wonderful.
more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting.
Yeah.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose.
This is a big deal too, getting talismans
We are
back
making a
and they're
number
not
of changes to
corrupted.
bring
This is going to
talismans
be a
back to
good,
relevance. Firstly, talismans are
better
now
option, more
exclusive rewards from
competition for your
bestiary.
amulet slot.
Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast.
Every red beast has a chance.
For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker talisman.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What makes
And you can, yeah, like that's incredible. So these can rival other rare amulets that you would otherwise anoint on them from the passive tree, and
these talismans
because they're not corrupted. Previously, what talismans were, if anyone's not familiar with talismans, they added them to the game, they removed them, they added them. They've kind of just haven't really found their place in the game. But yeah, they used to be corrupted. They would just drop. They'd always drop corrupted, and they'd just be random. And more often than not, it'd be just a garbage item with nothing worth keeping. So, but now they drop. Now they're back in the game, and they're never going to be corrupted. So this is really cool. Wow.
Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans.
Glorious.
Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one. Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments.
See, these were the old talismans. See, they provided the side by side here, so you can see how they used to just be so underwhelming and not too interesting, and always. Very rarely would you find a talisman that was like, oh my god, like, wow. Usually it's just, you sell it to the vendor, you know?
Allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of
This
new
is
talismans.
crazy. +1 power charges, dude? Are you kidding me? Action speed? These are all.
Talisman unique
Solid
items have all been
considerations.
improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
That's crazy. That is crazy right
So
there.
that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Manifest on the Atlas. Manifest destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Kadero Perandus. Kadero is willing to offer...
So Kadero, there used to be a league very, very long time ago. The league was called Perandus, the Perandus League. And you would get to interact with Kadero Perandus here, who's a vendor. So they're bringing him back here in the form of these anomaly encounters on your Atlas, and this is really cool. And so when you interact with Kadero, he's going to offer you an item in exchange for gold. This is just beautiful that they're bringing this back.
For valuable items in exchange for our gold.
This is so cool.
If you don't like
dude.
what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item.
Oh, it's so cool.
The next offer will cost more
Yes.
gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Kadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers.
That's so good.
You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers.
That's so good.
Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer. but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb. Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with
pretty
random
cool.
rogue companions.
Yeah, that's so cool.
This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove,
This is
where the
crazy.
plants have
This
fully
here
taken
is
over.
really cool, man. Wow.
This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism.
Now that's the strong
Atlas-
box. That's the strong box from PoE 2 that they introduced. The Venter's strong box. I think is all it's called, and it lets you do the re-rolling. That's pretty cool. They
Mechanism.
added that.
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Check this out.
after-
Here we go again. We'll let this play out. I won't. We've talked about this a lot. This is one of the biggest, coolest things they've done this patch, though. Here we go.
The better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players.
This is unbelievable.
I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to
Yeah.
unequip a bunch of
Yep.
skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary, and not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system.
Yep.
You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem. This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away.
That's so cool.
You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket.
So okay. See.
This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing.
Man, that's so incredible.
Speaking of
again, so incredibly helpful for progressing through the campaign. You get a new better item, boom, you just put it on. You're not having to go back to town to fidget with your sockets and the colors, and oh, I don't even have any chromatic orbs, so I can't even change the colors. It's just put it back on, put the sockets back in, and off you go. You've got your upgrade, continue moving forward.
Builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a
Fork, the problem that was a problem for you when you started, so much better. Yeah, dude, this is I can't say it enough, and I'll likely keep bringing it up, you know, because there's maybe people join the stream that maybe didn't catch the live stream, that don't know about it. So yeah, this everyone needs to know, because this is a big deal. Spread the word. Yeah, wow, man, I can't wait to get in.
large number of different skills to choose from.
Because you'd get like for example, you get a weapon upgrade, or whatever your main link is. You got 4 links you're using. Oh, I got to go back to town and solve all of this and get it all. No, you just keep going. You don't even have to go back to town, possibly.
But often many skills
Man.
play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell
I'm so
damage
thrilled.
types from each other. For example, differentiating
See again, right here.
spell damage
What is
types from
this?
each other.
What the hell is that? What is that thing? What is that even right there? I don't have a clue what that is. I don't have a clue what that is. That looks brand new to me. Maybe that's got something to do with the new league? I don't know. That's be curious to know find out what the heck this thing is. What on earth?
For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal
See
Knives
this?
and Bladefall, now
Yeah.
have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage.
Yep.
Pure lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting. So we've added a new notable to the Assassin.
See this? This is This is Garrokan's Resolve from Path of Exile 2. Spell it works for spells, but the critical strike chance bifurcated. The bifurcated critical strikes, that's from Garrokan's Resolve from PoE 2, so that's a nice little bonus to the assassin. Maybe that's what we can expect from the assassin in PoE 2 when that comes to the game.
The Occultist, and the Inquisitor.
That's pretty insane.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is
these
themed
look
around
pretty
a
cool, too.
specific Beyond Demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells, but at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so,
Pretty awesome, man. Pretty
whatever
awesome
treasures
patch.
they
I'm pretty thrilled. I didn't expect this much. This I think this was more than I thought we would get. So that's a huge win. Huge win. Now to start thinking about what to play. That's I got some thinking to do. Some thinking to do, my friends. Might have to be the Slayer. We might have to go Cyclone Slayer, man. It's a good, but they unfortunately nerfed General's Cry. So Oh, so that it's not gonna work with automation. That's really, really shitty, dude. That really sucks. 8 more days to think. Yeah, lots of time, but kinda, that's gonna get those days are gonna fly by pretty fast. So I really gotta, cause like if, yeah, I gotta figure that out like in the next couple days. That's how I think. So I can start setting up the planners, the build planners, and path of buildings, and plan everything out. Got to set up, got to plan and set up the passive the Atlas passive trees as well for the types of Atlas content, the Atlas strategies I want to run. So, oh boy, oh boy. Well, on that note, my friends, that's gonna wrap it up for me. Gotta go, gotta head off, gotta run, go make some food, relax for a bit, probably start brainstorming some builds and start thinking about what we're gonna do. But yeah, thanks so much to everyone. Thanks for your time. Thanks for hanging out. It was a great day. Pretty cool reveal. Can't wait to dive in. Looking forward. And I think yeah, these next streams here of mine, I'm gonna start practicing. Gonna get into the campaign runs. Yo, slowest dude. Just heading out here, but dude, pretty cool day. Pretty cool league. What are we thinking, man? What are we thinking? Some pretty major improvements and changes. It's good to see you, slowest. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope all is good. But yeah, unfortunately heading on out. I'm gonna go raid someone that you're probably pretty familiar with. Raid anime princess. Yeah. Just been going over things for the last little while here. Kind of rewinding the broadcast, checking things out a second time. Yeah. Lisa caught you. Yep. Thanks, man. Thanks. And yeah, League looks great. So yeah, got to start thinking of what I'm gonna do. They nerfed General's Cry, so that really sucks. League started his Spark build last league. You did you? Yeah, he did the Spark, or not Spark. He did do Spark, but he also did the, what's it called? Shock Nova, the Shock Nova build. And they nerfed that a little bit too, so I'll be curious to see what he thinks of that and how that's going to look moving forward. But yeah, going to head on over there. Thanks so much, you guys. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm thinking I'm going to start running some campaign and do some practice runs. Barricade, man. Yeah, all the best to you, dude. Thank you so much. Can't wait to get in it and get under the water, and hopefully try to stay dry at the same time. Yeah, all the best, Barricade, slowest, Fork, and everyone else. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you guys on the next one. GG's. And hey, man. Hopefully we get the chance to chat again here soon, Barricade. I want to hear about this. I didn't catch the Samsung event. I didn't catch it live. So yeah, Righteous Fire. Yeah, heck yeah. Run it back. Why the heck not? Yeah. So anyways, gotta go get some food and yeah, start thinking about what I'm gonna do. All the best, you guys. Stay safe. Take it easy.
Double flat, but this